real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you
Smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Crossover. Oh, killer crossover. Just crossover. You just crossed him over. Danced to another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. Look at that. We are on the 5 box. Oh,
nope.
The quad box. Hey, guys, what's up?
Hey, Happer, how are you?
Very good. Very good.
Well, why did we lose the quad box? I liked the quad.
We're on the quad box. We were
this
on
is
the
quad.
he
had it the quint
box.
The quint
box.
Yeah, right. Is that what
I think
right?
so. Did you want the quint box, John?
Bring back the quint box.
Yeah, let's see the quint box.
Oh, it looks horrible.
Oh, yeah.
So much dead space on this. What happens if we
move
do
us around?
that? This doesn't change anything. I'm messing with the layouts.
Oh, there's ways. There's ways.
Oh yeah, remember John used to back before we did some redesigns. There was look at all that extra space that's in between.
Yeah,
us
we
there.
just
Weird. Whoa, look at this! Check out all this empty space.
We experimented with a lot of stuff.
We did, and then Mark showed up and he was like, "I'm gonna fix this for you." And now, that's weird. I don't like that.
Oh, no, that's okay.
Is it?
I like that.
There's less dead space.
Yeah,
I mean, at least the dead space is.
Yeah.
Now we don't need to see the studio.
No, we
Take
don't.
the studio cam out. There you go. How about that? What's wrong with that?
Are we in on this?
Well, that's where we were at the beginning.
No, we weren't.
No, it's a little different.
This
is where we were in the beginning.
There we go. Yeah.
This is 1 or 2. Actually, I like 2 better. 1? It just looks a little cleaner.
Yeah.
Or
full
2.
Screen. Full screen.
Man, Nick, you know one of the best parts about getting your eyes fixed is not having to deal with that anymore. I do not miss the stress of. Do you see clear with 1 or 2? 1 or 2? How about 2 or 1? So you, John, you have never had to get glasses.
I've never.
So you don't even know.
No, but I've done an eye exam.
You don't know the plight of an eye exam.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
It is
kind of. It's not as stressful for you, though.
I'm getting reminders that I need to do it. No, I do notice, and this will happen later today when I fill out my Connor Happer approved scorebook.
Thanks, Hap.
After a long day, because we're sitting here in this booth and we can see outdoors, after a long day of squinting.
Squint boy.
when I start to fill in this book here, when we
Yeah.
get the starting lineups, things are going to get blurry.
I do know that.
Like puddle of
So-
mud. How do you
Yeah, a
feel
little
about at the optometrist when they squirt the air in your eye? They're like, look at this hot air balloon. Squirt.
Yeah. I never liked that. Happer, do you have any takes?
You guys need to have better eyes. I'm one of the world's best seers.
Are you?
I could see everything.
What's the best thing
I
you
think
ever saw?
Superman is one of the world's best seers.
Oh, don't get him around a dumb space rock, though. Then suddenly he's weak.
Superman sucks.
Well, he
Dumb
has to
hero.
have a weakness.
Yeah, and it's dumb. It's a rock. It's
You know
his
what?
planet.
Superman
Why does it make him
sucks.
weak? Why doesn't it just make him normal? Why does he have to turn into a little sniveling baby?
You know,
Because
most
because it's
What's the plan? It's not Coruscant. That's Star Wars.
oh, it's Krypton.
Krypton. Kryptonite.
I mean, we've been using the phrase, that's his kryptonite for,
Kryptonite, yeah.
80 years.
That's his
Fair.
Coruscant.
I couldn't remember. Yeah, maybe we should start saying that's his Coruscant. What happened on Coruscant? Which planet was Coruscant?
That was where the
again?
Jedi Temple was. That's the big city planet.
That's right. That planet
That's where
looked,
everything was.
it looked pretty. It looked pretty. I thought it looked nice.
Oh,
It
you like
was
the
all
big
one big
metropolis?
planet.
Oh wait, it's that one. What's the one
Yes.
where they did the war with like the grass in
Naboo.
episode 1?
The war with
oh,
the grass.
that's Naboo.
The war with the
I
grass.
like the city planets. Those are fun.
That's too much city.
Yeah, but the whole planet was one big city.
Was that Andor, John, where they went to that planet, but there was like that rock, that tiny, or was that Mandalorian? Or was that Obi-Wan? Remember there was one
rock?
of the episodes where like they went and it was like they were in a city area, but there was this one area where it was like, this is the planet, but they were way above the planet. If is Furley listening, he knows what I'm talking
I have
about.
no idea what you're talking. I don't remember that.
All right. Happer has no takes.
I'm not even listening anymore.
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
All right,
yes.
let's get back to sports for Happer. So
Yeah,
he'll pay-
I only can talk
Wait.
about sports.
What,
Yeah.
we do sports in this segment?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes.
Happer was mocking Aaron Judge earlier.
Whoa, what'd he do,
I was mocking
Happer?
Giancarlo Stanton.
Oh, I thought that was
Giancarlo,
What did he
Judge.
do?
I have a take about Giancarlo Stanton. I don't know if you guys
Yeah.
are ready to hear it yet.
To absorb this?
Giancarlo Stanton is the Bryson DeChambeau of baseball. All he does is
He's
either
a
hit a home.
D-bag?
Well, yes. Well, actually, I don't know that for sure. But he's almost robotic so much that it looks like he was built out of a factory, right? And
And
Or
he
came
either
from Krypton.
he either strikes out or
Or
hits a
Coruscant.
home run. The only thing that Bryson
Yeah.
DeChambeau could do is hit ball far. That's all he knows. That's the only thing that Giancarlo Stanton can do. And yet everybody's obsessed with him because when he does happen to barrel up the ball once every 20 at-bats, it will go long way. We like to
Yeah.
watch ball go far.
people like long ball.
But I'm more focused on the other times when he misses 100% of the time, except for the, like 98%.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's pretty fair.
Thank you.
That's pretty fair.
I don't like Giancarlo Stanton. And it's not anything he did. I just don't like watching guys strike out all the time. It's not fun for me.
3 true outcomes. You're out on the 3 true
hate
outcomes.
3 true outcomes. Three
Oh,
It's
I
like
do
when
too.
the ball goes onto the ground and you have to make a player field the ball.
Yeah, that's fun.
You'd rather say he throws him out at first for a 6-4-3 double play.
That's way better.
To Connor's point, so far this year, he is 3 for 20 with
Oh.
one of the 3 hits being a home run.
Oh my gosh,
What
this sounds
what
horrible.
about
How
the
many
17
strikeouts?
times he got out, Josh or John? How many were strikeouts?
I got to look because it doesn't have it on that page. Hang
Come on, baseball reference. What are you doing?
I
I
know
don't
he's
know
at
why
least-
baseball reference isn't. Let's see, strikeouts. Okay, 11 strikeouts.
11 of his 17 outs are
One
strikeouts.
walk.
Oh my gosh, this is gross. You know what, Happer? Handshake meme. I'm
Thank
with
you.
you on this guy.
Thank you. That's
Seems-
fair about
seems like
it.
Seems like he'll be on the show on Tuesday.
Farron will say it's too early to tell.
He will. That was great. That was great. He wasn't even trying to do it, and yet 3 separate times on Tuesday, he's like, well, it's too early to tell. Yeah, it's too early to tell. By the way, thank you to a couple of our listeners. Happer, don't stop listening. But Duncan says Coruscant, which is the city planet capital of the Star Wars Galactic Empire, supposedly has a population of around 3 trillion. This is about 430 times
Wow,
Earth's current
population
population.
Wow.
Yeah.
control.
And then Chance points out it was in Mando season 3. It was the tip of the tallest mountain on Coruscant. Okay, thank you, Chance. I knew that there was.
Thank you,
You don't
Chance.
remember that scene? They're
Man,
hanging out
I
on
don't.
Coruscant, and there's like the mountain. Mountains, Gandalf. Mountains.
Stop
That
it.
came
Okay,
up
enough.
through the city. So yeah, that was on Mando. Mando.
Mando was
remember
a
that.
show?
Mandalorian, yes.
The Mandalorian.
Oh, we're shortening it to Mando.
That's what people
We're not
call
allowed
him.
to shorten the title, Happer.
It's just
Mandalorian's a long word. It's fun to say Mando.
it's fun to say Mandalorian.
It is kind of
I mean,
fun.
it's fun to say
all.
both.
It is. I mean, he's
But
not
people
wrong.
call him Mando in the show, so it's okay.
Mando.
Like, what's up,
Good to
Mando?
see you again, chap.
I
I wasn't in on Mando season 3.
I don't remember season 3. Is
I
that the one
honestly
with?
don't.
It was a lot of religion stuff in Mando. See, that's a cult. The Mandalorians are a weird cult.
I will
Yes.
say something. I mean, I've enjoyed them for the most part, but my retention of what happened is very low compared to the films.
Yeah.
I mean, the films, I can tell you the plot and everything that happened in every one of the films. But when it comes to the TV series, I'm like, I know, I see, like, it's almost like a dream. You see little flashes of images that, like, oh, yeah, I recognize that and I recognize that. But I couldn't tell you anything about the plot.
Yeah.
Connor, thoughts?
I'm exactly the same way, John. That's the way I feel too.
Okay.
I'm
What's
like
your favorites?
I'm like Josh with him agreeing with everybody else's baseball takes. I'm going to agree with all your Star Wars takes.
Nice. I do like listening to people's baseball takes, and then I like parrot them. I haven't been parroting any of your baseball takes lately, Happer. I need to do that with Farrah.
Well, it's too early to tell. I haven't had a lot of baseball takes yet.
Man, it is too early to tell. What a dumb sport. I hate if I watched one football game and I had to just say over and over it's too early to tell, I wouldn't want to talk about
And
it.
this is why we don't see eye to eye on this, Josh.
I love football.
I like to watch it play out for a few weeks or even months
Yeah,
until
it's-
we make a decision.
well,
on
Josh,
things.
it's a
Before
marathon.
you have one opinion.
One opinion.
It's a
yes.
marathon, not a sprint, Josh. Baseball's a marathon.
Baseball's an oven. Football's
I
a
do like
microwave.
marathons more than sprints, Nick, so I guess I can acquiesce to you guys.
Well, Connor, as long as you're agreeing with all of my Star Wars takes, I know you'll agree with this one.
Oh, here we go.
That Mace Windu is the worst Jedi of all time.
Oh,
And
I
it's
hated
not
Mace
too early.
Windu.
Bad
It
take.
is not too
And
early.
it's not
to
because
tell.
he's a black Jedi, right, John?
No, it's just because he had the chance to end the war right there and kill the Emperor, and he decided to get into a conversation with Anakin, a kid who he had ignored for 10 years.
It wasn't
why
a
did he-
conversation.
He's a horrible
Anakin,
person. The evidence is overwhelming.
Anakin is like,
Wow.
hey, don't do it. And then Mace Windu is like, get back, trash.
Happer John handshake meme about
I
Mace
mean,
Windu.
when Mike Tyson was getting ready to knock out, Spinks, right?
Yeah.
He didn't stop in the middle of his punch when Evander
Debate
Holyfield
me.
walked to ringside and said, "Do you think you really should be doing
Okay,
that?"
but
Into a
John-
conversation. No, he didn't. He knocked him out. That's what you're supposed to do when you're in a fight.
Mace Windu
You're
didn't
supposed to
actually
finish the fight.
have him in a place where he could finish him, though. He
What
was
are you talking
faking.
about?
He was
He's
faking.
laying on the ground
John, he was
begging, and he
faking
didn't-
it. He wasn't actually
Whatever.
begging. That was faking.
First of all, that's what she said. Secondly, fake news. Fake news.
No,
He
the
was
fake
in a
news was him
vulnerable,
being vulnerable.
in a vulnerable position, and then Anakin walks in and says, "Hey, actually, you should do this."
Some responses
John
to
Bishop
the,
I'm
here,
glad,
not
Connor,
for
you
fair
agree.
trials.
Do you guys even remember the Zillow Beast incident from Clone Wars?
Happer, I don't actually.
Oh, I'm on Star Wars. I'm on Star Warsapedia.
This
I
sounds like a
remember-
podcast. Happer discusses Star
Yes.
Wars.
Yeah,
You don't even
The
remember
Zillow-
the Zillow Beast incident?
It
From-
sounds
I don't.
familiar.
I don't.
it
Well,
on
you
the
guys need to look
cartoons?
it up. I think Mace
never
Windu
watched
was
those.
in that somehow, at least according
Yeah,
to
I'm
his
sure he
Wikipedia
screwed
page.
that up too.
Some texts that we have received. First from the 402. This is why I usually wait for the pod of the crossover. I could have read that it was about nerd stuff and not wasted my time.
No.
Pedro says, okay, guys, I am a Star Trek fan and know nothing about the Star Wars universe. Who are the bigger nerds, Star Wars fans or Star Trek fans?
I think they're
Trekkies
all nerdy in
for
their own way.
sure.
I think it's all nerdy in
Trekkies
their
are-
own way.
See, here's why I think Star Trek fans are nerdier, because, like, the characters look like goobers, man. Like, every
What do
character
you-
on Star
Josh,
Trek looks
have
like
you-
a huge goober.
Have you
Wow.
not seen
Tough
Star
luck
Wars?
for Captain Kirk.
Yeah, but Nick, most of the main characters on Star Wars are normal-looking humans.
Watto was a normal-looking human.
Is Watto a regular character? No, he's an ancillary piece. Han Solo, Luke Skywalker, Leia, normal people.
Admiral Akbar.
Again, Nick, that's a random side character. He was in like 2 minutes.
What
of
about
the movie.
Chewie?
Chewie is an animal. Look at the Star Trek face.
He's not an animal. He's a Wookiee.
Well, that was
That was a
horrible.
famous scene from The Elephant Man.
What about C-3PO and R2-D2?
I
They're
am
main
not
characters.
an animal.
They're
I am a
droids,
Wookiee.
Nick.
But
Those
they're
are
not
droids.
humans.
Well, they're robots.
Star Trek characters are all a bunch of weirdos, man.
God, there's just aliens. There's aliens in different parts of the universe.
Connor, thoughts?
I agree, John.
He's looking at his phone right now, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry. Who do you agree with?
Wait,
Happer?
let me go back to the point that I was making earlier about the.
Oh yeah, what about that thing?
Well, the Zillow Beast incident was obviously a big part of this, but also the shattered trust during the last days of the war that Mace Windu had with people, I'm sure, and the duel with Darth
Plagueis?
No, Darth. One of the Darths.
I want to hear him pronounce this.
Sidious?
Darth. Yes,
One of
Darth
the
Sidious.
Darths.
That's the Emperor.
Plagueis the
One of the
Wise.
Darths.
Darth Sidious. The battle with Darth Sidious was huge.
Happer, what do you think about this from Michael? Not severe. All the Jedi are terrible at their jobs. The bad guy was right there the entire time, and none of them could sense the dark side every time Palpatine entered the room, sat next to them, put two and two together. Might as well let someone else run the galaxy.
You guys are going to hate me.
Because he was so strong with the dark side, he
Yes.
could mask his.
This is one of my
mask his
favorite
darkness.
philosophical debates when it comes to Star Wars.
Yeah, that's all it was. I mean, it's a very easy plot hole to close.
Palpatine was working the Jedi forever, since long before they birthed Anakin.
Yes,
Forever.
Palpatine was working the Jedi just like Taylor Swift. And
Oh,
Travis Kelce are working
stop
John,
America.
I was so proud of you. You haven't brought
and
that
I
up in a
bring
month.
it back to sports.
Wow.
Well,
That was definitely sports.
'cause
Yes.
it's kayfabe. It's kayfabe.
Let's see. More responses. Odson says Trek is more technical and Wars is more of a vibe, to put it in Nick terms. Riley says Trekkies are nerdier because it's not been nearly as mainstreamed as Star Wars.
Oh,
I think I would agree
Yeah,
with
but
that.
Star Trek's older.
It is older.
Mhm.
I think they were nerdier. By the way, sales director Stacy points out,
Oh no.
did you know Michael Severe's dog name is named Mando?
Have you seen his
Yes.
video?
I have seen
Does
his
Mando
video.
also have a tiny Saints, not baseball, old football jersey?
Mando? Good question, Nick. Good question.
It's not a
Happer,
baseball
what do you-
jersey.
Haber, what do you want to talk about? This has been a nerdy crossover.
No,
You
I
got
like,
any?
I like some nerdy stuff, but I can't really
Like what?
As he
Oh,
looks at his phone.
What's the nerdiest thing that Happer likes?
what is the nerdiest thing that
Baseball,
Happer likes?
probably.
Probably.
Baseball's
yeah.
pretty nerdy.
Yeah,
I mean, spreadsheets in general. That's
yeah,
pretty
I mean,
nerdy.
of all the sports, the popular sports, baseball's the nerdiest.
You think so?
Well, yeah, because it's the one that ushered in analytics.
Yes,
and
It is a
Statistical.
math-based
and it's
sport.
really math. Yeah, it's really math.
It really is. Yeah.
And the people who like it like to really dig down into the weeds. Now, I say that knowing that there's a lot of people who, when they watch football, they're like, "Well, you know, the left tackle should be he should be shaded over the left tackle." And,
The left tackle should be shaded
Oh.
over the left tackle.
No, no, no.
I hate when that happens on
Yeah.
Sunday and everybody gets out their phones and starts doing tape, breaking down tape.
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
stop.
Nebraska.
Just watch.
Yeah.
If you want to watch a game again, fine. That's great. But
Happer, don't you think though
I
that we
agree,
have?
Hap.
Don't you think we have bullied the local folks into not doing that? It doesn't
No.
happen nearly
No,
as much
no.
as it used
No,
to.
it still happens quite a bit.
It does.
Sam still does it on
See,
the
I
regular.
feel like back in like 2015, a lot of people were doing it, and now it's just Sam. It seems like it's gotten pared down. Michael used to do it all the time. Michael
well,
doesn't do it
and you
anymore.
think we're responsible for this?
I think I know that I have been a part of the group of making fun of people
Oh,
who
good.
do that.
Well, this is a
Yeah.
good deed done by us to society. Then you're welcome,
Yeah,
everyone.
I think so too.
So the
Unfortunately,
effort
it was
to
replaced by a
dumb
whole-
down the fan base so that they understand the game less.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we can
If they
sing
wanted
smarter.
Public service.
Look, if they want to do all 22 breakdown, I'm actually okay with it. Just don't record it off of your television. It's a horrible.
Get real
look.
screenshots.
Learn. That's what. Shout out Padilla. He tweets way too much about basketball, but when Jacob shares stuff during games,
they are screenshots.
he does actual screenshots. He knows how to do that, which
Yeah.
I appreciate from Jacob.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that from a lot of people who know how to do that. Thank you.
Josh out on camera phones.
Yes, when you're taking a picture of your TV screen.
Robin was guilty
100%.
of that last night while we're calling out local media. He was videotaping on his phone Keisei Tominaga shooting all those 3-pointers. And I was like, it's going to come out on Twitter in 10 seconds. There's going to be a video about it.
I got some criticism last night from friends and fellow media members, aka Jack Mitchell, for not participating in all of the hooting and hollering.
Oh,
What,
my God.
Say that again.
Oh, my God. Josh Johnson, if you're listening, you're Close
Hold
your
on
ears.
a second. Say that again.
Yeah, I got grief, crap, whatever you want to say about not being excited for the dumb 3-point competition.
You've got to be kidding.
John, wish I was.
I couldn't. Now, on it, I'll be honest. Last night was a very busy night. I was prepping for this baseball series, watching our movie.
Busy.
Oh God, he's here. Josh
is Otton here.
Josh is
so
getting
I
a microphone.
I didn't know this was going on. And then I went to bed last night, and before I go to bed, I just kind of scrolled through Twitter. I couldn't get away from it even on my For You tab. It was ridiculous, all the over-the-top stuff. It's like, folks, it's just a 3-point shooting contest.
Josh, can you hear any of that?
No.
John just did a really good take that I think you'd like.
Oh, what was the take?
Yeah.
You guys.
Let Josh take it away. Josh,
Josh, the floor is yours.
I was listening to the beginning of the Connor Happer show today, and I very much enjoyed Josh making fun of just everything.
Tell me you've never won a damn thing in your life without telling me you've never won a damn thing in your life.
Thank you.
It's a 3-point competition. Who cares?
Yeah.
God.
I think they should put his jersey up in the rafters for it.
There were people actually saying that. I don't know if it was ironically or unironically, but there were people actually saying they should retire his jersey because
John, I have learned over the last couple of weeks that there is indeed a real life segment of the Husker fan base who believes that Keisei Tominaga's jersey should be retired. Actually,
are these a bunch of people that are on TikTok?
I don't know what they're on, but it's drugs and drugs related or something like that.
It's either meth or heroin.
I mean, that would be another example of Josh's tell me you've never won something without saying you've never won something.
Come on.
Because and we've talked about this. In all seriousness, we've talked about this, how he is a very different type of popular or celebrity player, or we'll call it great player, without actually, having the real huge numbers, right?
Correct. Yes.
Because he's cut through a lot of the other stuff. He gets talked about a lot. He is the first social media era Nebraska basketball star.
Yes, he is.
And so because of that, I think it does tend to inflate a little bit his overall impact in terms of just a raw basketball player, which is usually why you retire numbers, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Make a 3 in a game. That's what I said.
Make a 3 in a game.
You made a couple in that game.
But it was over the top last night.
Yeah.
And again, people, they really, 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 Nebraska fan, really, really, really wants to be bad, really, really bad. Not be bad, but they very badly want to be good.
Yes.
Be good.
And so any tiny little glimpse of success.
Tell me we're good.
Yes. And then it's everybody reinforcing each other and saying, wasn't that great? That was great. Oh, that was great. That was great.
Yeah, Dave says, in defense of Nebraska ball fans, we haven't won a GD thing in our lives. Yeah, I guess that is true. I mean, they have not. They haven't won anything, John.
Right, but
have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
If Ndamukong Suh wins punt, pass, and kick, are people going to go nuts about that?
Probably.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah, they love going excited for bad things.
Yeah, that was. But it was. I couldn't get away from it. I'm just scrolling. It's like, holy crap! People are losing their ever-loving minds over this.
I didn't think that many people remembered that it was on last night. I
honestly did not know.
I didn't.
We have triggered Zach. Zach, I need to start calling Zach White Knight Zach, because we make fun of the Big Ten, and Zach comes riding in.
Does he come in banging two coconuts together?
Click. So now Zach has come in because he is going to White Knight Nebraska. The subject line reads, "Hope you guys didn't see SportsCenter Top 10." I didn't actually. I don't watch SportsCenter anymore because I thought it was just loser Nebraska fans that have never won anything making a big deal out of it. And this is great because he attaches a tweet from something called the Scarlet Shoot-Around Podcast, which is recording SportsCenter off of the television.
That's like 3 things we've already trashed.
Yes, exactly.
That's true.
He was apparently 9th.
Well, now,
Zach, I don't care.
On a list, by the way, the SportsCenter Top 10 is generally something, yes, it highlights great moments, but it's usually moments from things they haven't covered. It's kind of like our content.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
It's a Thursday in April. There's nothing going on right now.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Hilarious.
I remember
Congrats on being number
I will say
9.
this. There was a time where I would have been excited about any of the local players making the Sports Center top 10.
Sure.
But not
You were
anymore.
12.
I was 12, and I definitely wouldn't pull out my phone and start taping it on the.
My very nuanced take earlier today was that I'm happy for Casey.
Yeah.
But the reaction is a little bit much, everybody.
Mm.
Let's dial it back to things that matter, like games and
Yeah.
non-exhibition contests.
Or spring football.
Well, I mean,
Or spring football.
Okay, maybe not. I would much rather talk about Casey winning 3-point shooting contests than spring football.
It was an
Yeah, I think
enjoyable
so, too.
watch. I was entertained, to Dave's point. Well, actually, I didn't watch it. I just checked in with the tweets afterwards because there were so many of them. But I watched them all in full. I watched all the tweets. I liked it. I like his flair, and I'm glad he got his 2 chains. But I didn't think it was, worthy of the kind of reaction that it probably got last night.
Well, I look forward to the jersey hanging or jersey banner rating.
Could be fun. Could be fun.
Next year.
The statue. Star Wars Fiend says, I heard Jack Mitchell is currently crowdfunding the Casey statue in front of Pinnacle Bank Arena. Interesting rumor.
Dave says, but will the statue be of Casey throwing the basketball against the basket support like he did in frustration?
Wow, John. Dave does follow up. In seriousness, how could you watch it and not be entertained? See, that's the thing.
Yeah, I did like it.
No, I did not see it.
Yeah,
I honestly did not know it was on.
I
wouldn't have. I wouldn't have watched it anyway.
Did you see the clips though? Because that's the way I watched it.
Yeah, I watched the clips.
Well,
yeah.
I mean,
you couldn't
again,
avoid the clips.
everyone's tweets pretty much.
Okay,
filled me in.
I'm not trying to be a jerk. He made threes. What? Why is this so
But
exciting?
he made more of them than anyone else in that particular
Including a girl.
competition.
Yeah.
He beat a girl.
But okay, so I've watched a 3-point competition though.
Yeah.
He's really good at
shots.
3-point competition.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's going to be the next Mac McClung, Josh.
Yeah, that's the idea. He's
Aren't-
going to be the Mac McClung of 3-point shooting contests, which Mac McClung is basically just he's in the G League. He's exclusively used for dunk contests when the NBA decides they want to have a.
That guy. Yeah. Okay.
They're like, let's get some ratings and put this guy.
I
out
would
there.
say this:
Mac
if it were
McClung
possible,
equals
'cause
ratings.
if it were possible, and I don't know. I mean, I'm guessing. He's been done playing for 10 years. I would like to see peak Ethan Rogge versus Casey in a 3-point.
Oh, I
That'd
still
be
wouldn't
fun.
watch it, but sounds cool.
At least you're consistent.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I
would
actually think
watch
there's
it,
a chance that Casey could be the best at doing exclusively 3-point shooting contests. I like how it's not.
Well, this is the only one we've seen him in.
He made
Never
it's,
lost.
It's not only that he made all those shots, it's the speed in which he was moving around the arc too that allowed him to add the flair at the end. Like this might just be his calling. This might just be what he was born to do. 3-point shooting contest, which is why we're going to make him the new
good.
Mac McClung.
One more because we got to go to break. Travis says there are 2 a-holes in this situation: the people who are being mean about people not enjoying Casey winning, and the people who are being mean about people enjoying Casey. I'm not trying to be mean to anyone who enjoyed it. What about the people who are bullying me for not watching? Those people are being a-holes too.
That's what started the conversation was people coming after you
people
for
giving
not
me grief
acknowledging
for not caring about it,
which is ridiculous.
Yeah, I was busy.
But you host a sports show, Josh. You
yes,
should be
Josh, you're right.
thrilled.
I do host a sports show. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
Sports.
Sometimes Star Wars, though.
You know what we won't talk about in July? The home run derby. I make fun of everything dumb. No offense.
We're not going to talk about the home run derby?
No, I hope not.
What if Casey wins the home run derby?
Then we have something to talk about.
Oh, now that would be worth something to talk about.
Hell yeah, it would. I would talk about that. I would have takes.
That would be.
You know what I would do?
Take a screenshot of Casey winning the home run derby.
Oh, yeah.
He's standing next to Aaron Judge, and Aaron Judge has a pouty face because he lost, and Casey's holding up his 4 chains because he'll have 2 chains from that last night. And
2 hot chains.
From the home run derby.
2 hot coffees.
Thank you.
Oh, my.
Come on, Josh. You don't make fun of everything dumb. Look at your hat.
I make fun of the Cowboys all the time.
Great one.
I make fun of the Cowboys all the time.
That's true. You do, actually. So maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's not true. Everybody hates their own team to a certain extent. And Josh is there as well.
You know them more intimately than others. So, yeah, you know their foibles.
Yeah. Oh, they have a lot of foibles.
That's true.
All right.
All right. Well, gentlemen, thank you. Have a great weekend. Sadly, you're going to have to find other ways to spend your time besides watching three-point shooting contests.
I know. What am I ever going to do? By the way, there's a group of 7 teenagers hopping into one car in our parking lot right now.
What?
And I'm
Youths.
curious. I don't know how the teenagers parked there, why they parked there, but they all just got in, and it seemed
Is
rather
it Nick's
comfortable.
car?
It's not
No.
Nick's car, but it doesn't have a license
Yeah,
plate.
no rear license
Go to
plate.
school.
If any
That
police
seems
officers
illegal.
listening, maybe you follow these guys.
Interesting. Yeah, no.
Does it look like a clown car at a Shrine Circus parade?
You'll be amazed. Like, if you saw that car park and they all got out, you'd be amazed how many people got out. There's so many people
What
in
kind
that
of car is it?
It's a Mazda.
Oh, so it's not a very big car.
No,
No.
it's a regular old Mazda.
Interesting.
All right, let's go to break.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, thank you.
Bye, guys.
Have a great weekend.
Have a great weekend.
The program is. Now, did he do that though? I never did
I don't
see
know.
any pictures.
didn't
of him,
watch.
of him doing the.
He did the Steph thing where he turned around.
Yeah,
That's fun.
he shot the ball and turned around before he made it. That was his
Oh,
bit.
that's fun. I like that.
It was very fun.
It was fun. The reaction was not.
No.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, guys. The program, One Beer Friday.
Hell yeah.
I've forgotten what it's like to be here on a Friday.
Yep. Well, let's do it today.
Let's do it today. Coming up now, 1620 The Zone.
Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy skies and filtered sunshine for your Friday, becoming breezy here this afternoon and evening. High today of 64 degrees with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Becoming windy tonight out of the east to southeast up to 30 miles an hour. Partly cloudy to mostly clear skies overnight with a low of 41 by Saturday morning. Warm and very windy for your Saturday with a high of 67 and gusts possible up to 45 miles an hour out of the southeast. A fire weather watch remains in effect for eastern Nebraska and western Iowa throughout Saturday afternoon. A chance of storms after 7 p.m. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
42 Degrees invites you to a tour of our botanical offerings during the limited time botanical sale. Get huge savings when you stock up on premium kratom, CBD, Delta, all up to half off. And our premium cannabis is priced so low it's almost, well, illegal. Don't miss the botanical sale with savings of up to half off on the best that Mother Nature has to offer. 42 Degrees, your destination for top tier cannabis, second to none product selection, and exceptional service. 42 Degrees, by your mom's house.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 8 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed media download speeds Q2 2016 to Q3 2023.
Hey, baseball fans, are you ready to win big this season with the Royals and tickets for less? Then sign up today for the MJ Melendez Home Run Sweepstakes. For every home run hit by MJ Melendez this season, one lucky fan, you're going to score big with a signed baseball and a $50 Tickets for Less gift card. Swing for the fences and sign up now at ticketsforless.com/contest for your chance to win. Winners will be announced the day following a home run, and a multi-home run game equals multiple winners. So don't miss out. Learn more and sign up today at ticketsforless.com/contest.
Omaha Maverick Baseball is coming off a series victory over 2023 College World Series qualifier Oral Roberts, and the Mavs are ready to take on crosstown rival Creighton on Tuesday, April 9th at Tal Anderson Field. Don't miss this classic matchup. Plus, it's $2 Tuesdays when all Pepsi products and Busch Light cans are $2 when the gates open until the third inning. Get your tickets for this game and all baseball and softball games by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
It's spring. Now is the best time to shop at Lenahaw for all things garden or landscape. Our garden center is filled with the largest selection of homegrown plants, flowers, trees, and more. The area's best mulch and soil available for delivery and pickup. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lenahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh, what a beautiful day to be at a ballpark, because it's not as windy and it's a little bit warmer and the sun's out.
It is. Is it time to open the windows?
That's a great point. Crowd shot.
Like conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Look at that. Oh, I might have to put my, what's that noise?
Oh, I just need to make some adjustments. Don't worry.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Take a peek. Here, let's get the old ISO on this one.
Oh, wow. Baseball.
That is a beautiful shot.
Oh, you are looking live.
You are looking live, and we're telling you this so you know which way to gamble.
Oh,
nice.
Yeah, there it is. Charles Schwab Field, and now there's
here
Josh
I am.
Tumbler, and there's Josh.
Hello.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to a One Beer Friday edition live from the ballpark, where Creighton opens a 3-game series against Butler, and all the coverage will be on 1180 The Zone this weekend. With me and Alex Sindelar.
EC writes, just call this show the platform since everyone wants to poop on everything.
I wasn't pooping on him winning or anything like that. It did feel like the celebration was way over the top last night. And again, a lot of that is because of Twitter and, when you follow a lot of people who follow, the same things, when a great thing or a
score update happens,
or a mildly good thing happens or a very bad thing happens to that team, you tend to see a lot of reaction to it. It's like seeing a lot of end of the first quarter, Huskers 7, Colorado 3 tweets.
Score.
Correct.
Audio.
You talk about things that you might have helped shame out of existence.
I think that I've done a good job with that.
I think you did. I think you did shame a lot of people into doing that, so much so that I now feel like I have to do it to give you something to complain about.
I appreciate that. I appreciate you trolling me about it, because I'd rather, that it tells me that I've done something good in the world. EC says, fan base has consistently watched anything Nebraska on a national stage fall apart. Something fun happens and people aren't allowed to enjoy it. You can enjoy it.
You can enjoy it.
But why can't I make fun of how much people lost their minds over it?
Yeah, it was.
You do you. I'm going to do me.
It was the intensity in which people lost their minds.
This is my whole, this is me. This is who I am. You be you. I'm going to be me.
Yeah.
It's okay. If you want to react that way, I'm not trying to shame you from stopping.
Sure.
I'm probably going to laugh about it a little bit.
Sure.
But you know what? I run marathons. That's inherently goofy. I embrace
He's destroying his ligaments. He's destroying his joints one jog at a time.
I take time out of my day to interview people instead of just sitting around on my couch doing nothing to talk about running. A lot of people think that's stupid, but you know what? I still enjoy the hell out of it. Enjoy whatever you want to enjoy. Welcome to the show.
Welcome.
It's a
to the
Friday.
Show. It's a Friday. We're supposed to have fun. You know what we ought to do? We ought
What?
to just spend the whole show celebrating Casey winning the 3-point shot.
Let's do it. We have prizes to give away.
We do have prizes to give away, which reminds me, I forgot to upload the Grum Down again. So we got to
John.
stall here a little bit. Well, you know, I'm
John Bishop,
easy.
Stalin. Oh, Lefty John strikes again.
Stalin?
Nice.
Yeah, you're Stalin.
Stalin, he was a bad guy too. And the underhits.
Nice.
Because I think we can lump him in with Mr. H.
Pol Pot.
Yeah, even though they were
People
kind
forget
of on
about Pol
opposite
Pot.
sides.
Yeah.
He was a bad dude. Very, very, very bad dude. Well, here we go. Grum Down brought to you by the referees, John Higgins Weather Guard. It's the final burst of college basketball. Women's Final Four tonight, championship Sunday.
It's almost over. See, now I'm picking on something that you enjoy.
Why are you so excited that it's almost over?
Because we don't have to watch it anymore.
You don't just like the 3-point shooting contest. You don't have to watch it.
No, we talk about college basketball though.
So why didn't you watch Casey win the 3-point?
That's not college basketball.
A fine point.
Uh-huh.
If there's anything less about the Super League, I suppose we can get to that.
All right.
Speaking of things that Josh has tried to shame out of existence,
What's
Kevin
that?
Kugler. Kevin Kugler, the person that Josh is tired of hearing about in the local sports media.
No, it's not him. It's not Kevin. It's somebody else.
He will be on the call this weekend for Westwood One on the men's Final Four, and we will talk to Kevin live from Phoenix.
Nice. He sounds like he's joining us in the StreamYard.
Kent's Movie Club, Mending the Line.
Do you understand why we said it's a dad movie?
Oh, no, you didn't call it a dad movie. You said that's a very typical John movie.
Yes,
it is a
when I
John
said John,
movie.
because it's a dad movie.
Okay, but a typical John movie would be The Blues Brothers, Caddyshack. Those are John movies.
Well, then why didn't you pick one of those movies?
Oh, so you do have a problem with it.
It's just a fine. We'll talk about it later. Spoiler alert. We'll talk about it later.
All right. It is a normal Friday, which means it's a one-beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild and the return of predictions.
Oh no. Woo! Predictions are bad, and we are canceling
I love
predictions.
predictions.
Friends, if you don't like Josh's takes on people having fun with Casey, you're going to love predictions because this is where Josh gets slapped down to earth.
Yeah, it's not very good.
Should Goodell put the hammer down on Rashee Rice?
Down. Oh, dang it. No, I didn't realize you were doing something serious. Damn it.
Tough look for you.
It is.
Well, and kind of on the subject of we'll call it the overreaction or the overexuberant reaction to last night.
You're going to continue to get me in trouble for this.
No. I'm not getting you in trouble for this. How badly do you need the Huskers to win? We'll talk about that in the happy hour today.
I am very curious about that topic.
Yeah. We are going to play the listen and win game today.
Wait, so all they got to do is listen?
And they can win.
Holy crap.
We've got $50 certificates to Mexitli.
Mexitli.
That's right. They changed the pronunciation on us. I'm sorry. It's like going from Mitch Ballack to Mitch Ballock.
Oh, that's right. That happened
That
in the
did
middle
happen.
of the season.
It did happen right in the middle of the season. Just like our Mexitli giveaway, the change in the pronunciation happened right in the middle. But we've got $50 in gift certificates to have some fine Mexican dining here in Omaha. And all you have to do is listen and win.
So wait, John, you're saying that if you listen, you could get a prize.
You could get a prize.
Oh, that's
and
fun.
fast food shocker,
You get a
Popeyes
prize.
misleads their customers.
I do not stand with the majority of this Grum Down. I am out on the majority of this Grum
Well,
Down.
I knew you would be because Kugler's name is in here. We know you're out on him. You don't like my movie. We're at a ballpark and we don't have a one beer Friday.
Oh yeah, what is the one beer Friday this week? Nick?
Juke Sale Works.
Oh, in Elkhorn?
And
Yeah.
it's a
Dude,
prize pack that you could win.
You get a prize.
You
pack.
get a
What-
prize.
You get a prize. It's a little too chilly for me. What's the prize pack, Nick?
There's like 3 t-shirts, a couple stickers, $25
Holy-
gift card.
What? That's so many prizes.
It is.
I love Jukes. They have excellent food as well. If you want to go to a brewery that doesn't just have tasty brews, but also good food, that is a place to go. Thank
Yes,
you
it
to the
is.
Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Exactly.
One more on this whole, before we get to all the other stuff, one more on this whole 3-point contest. White Knight Zach.
I wish we had. We need the sound of the coconuts from
Monty Python.
Monty Python.
Zach says it's wild to me that a group of guys that spent 20 minutes on a sports talk show talking about nerd topics like Star Wars and Star Trek are making fun of people that were excited and talking about an impressive performance by a player who won a 3-point contest in dramatic fashion. I don't know why that's wild. Zach, that's who John and I are. This isn't new. This has been John and I since the beginning of time. Well, not really. I used to like the 3-point contest, but then I stopped.
Well, you used to like the 3-point contest. I'm assuming you're talking about the NBA 3-point contest.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I'd never have gotten into the college basketball 3-point contest.
Right.
But Zach, you make fun of nerd topics. We make fun of this. Well, how is this any different? Why are other people allowed to make fun of the things we like, but we're not allowed to make fun of the things they like?
That's how Twitter works.
Oh, well, this is an email. This was the Equitable Bank inbox, John, which you can reach us at John@1620thezone.com or Josh@1620thezone.com.
Or if you would like to complain on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC1620, which is where you can also send us pics of what you're drinking on this One Beer Friday.
Send us
and
pics.
win that prize pack from Jukes.
You win a prize.
Jukes in Elkhorn.
Nice.
Or, and this is the number you'll want to keep in mind, the 42 Degrees The Source hotline, 402-951-1620, as we play the Listen and Win game for $50 certificates to Mex Italy. The first thing you need to listen for in the Listen For and Win game, the next time Nick draws out one of his words.
You're just doing this as a way to make fun of me. That's all this is.
Nick, you're turning into the listeners.
No.
Allow us to have fun.
Yes, we're just having fun. This is the listen, and this is part of the show. It's a natural part of the show. So the next time Nick draws out one of his words.
How will I know if I draw out my words because I'm not aware that I do this?
He almost did right
Wow.
there.
How will I know?
We'll call it out, Nick. Don't
Caller
worry.
8.
Okay. And
Caller
do they have to say
8.
what word it was?
No.
Okay.
Just caller 8 the next time that Nick draws out one of his words.
It'll happen very soon. I have to.
Don't worry,
imagine.
Nick. We're picking on everybody today.
By the way, if you are trying to win, but you're unfortunately unable to win this prize, it is still available right now at 1620thezone.com. It was the half-off deal today, and it's still there. Just a few of them left. So if you don't win the prize, you can still purchase it for just $25. Get a $50 value for just $25.
Yeah, not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Yeah.
So we are here at Charles Schwab Field. Got a great show planned for you today. Nick, would you like to care to add anything else?
Baseball.
Nick, do you want to talk?
I don't want to talk.
See,
I'm
now
excited not
Nick
to
isn't
talk.
even. See, now look at here. Look at what you did.
No, it's
John.
okay. We'll be fine. Everything will be okay.
No, I want people to win.
Why didn't you start with one of us first? Because then Nick would see you're picking on one of us first, but now he thinks that this is just about him again.
No, it's okay. It's fine.
Yeah, I can tell.
The next time Nick gets defensive,
call.
It's the listen and win game. We're going to have fun with this.
We'll have fun
with all of us. All of us. What? This is what
I'm not
happens
shaking
when
my head at
nobody.
you.
This
I'm
is
shaking my head at
This is
Nick.
what happens when nobody else comes up with ideas for games.
I think it's a great game. I'm shaking
I
my
like
head at
the
Nick.
game. It's encouraging people to listen.
It is.
And win.
And win. You get
And
a prize.
It's going to be so short.
I know.
This is the only time we're going to move on and do other listen and wins later in the show.
Yeah.
No, I get this. I don't know if we should have started with this one is all because I am aware of it now. I'm very aware of it, and now I'm trying. I've been making an effort to not draw out my words.
Well,
I'm extremely aware of it now.
This is like a challenge now. This is kind
This is good. This is good for the listeners.
Which
and
is
it's a
why we
challenge for
shouldn't have
Nick.
started with this one, because what if I go the whole time? What if I somehow do it?
What if I go the whole time? That's what she said.
Well, then I guess we get to keep all the Mex Italy.
Oh,
Nice. Free lunch for us.
I like
By the way,
lunch.
Nick still owes you and me lunch.
And Nick will pay for it with the Mex Italy that he's going to win because he is now going to speak in very short, truncated words, just very, very quick syllables. the rest of the show. All right, 402-951-1620. We will be back. That's at Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
My Rockies are about to open their season at Coors Field. Will you play it safe and bet against them, or do you think they win? Or, if you want to be a little spicy, you can check out a prop like Austin Gomber strikeouts. All of those and more are on the Circus Sports Iowa app. They have your tight money line splits. All that means is if another app also has a similar line to Circus Sports Iowa's, That one, the Circus Sports Iowa one, is the one that'll make you the most money. They don't keep as much money on large market bets like other sports books do, and they won't limit your account when you're on a roll, which again, other sports books like to do. It's the sports book for people who are serious about making money. If you want to level up your sports book, check out Circus Sports Iowa. Also, their customer service is just the best. No AI, no chat bots, just real life people. If you ever come across any problems at all whatsoever, send them an email, shoot them a tweet, and they will get you sorted out. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Omaha Maverick Baseball is coming off a series victory over 2023 College World Series qualifier Oral Roberts, and the Mavs are ready to take on crosstown rival Creighton on Tuesday, April 9th at Tal Anderson Field. Don't miss this classic matchup. Plus, it's $2 Tuesdays when all Pepsi products and Busch Light cans are $2 when the gates open until the third inning. Get your tickets for this game and all baseball and softball games by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
When I heard the words, "you have breast cancer," I said, I have no idea what I'm going to do. My OBGYN called me and said, I know exactly what we're going to do, which led me to Nebraska Cancer Specialists. From day one, I felt that I was at the right place. There were some pretty rough times, but together we are stronger and they are there for you. You do not feel that you are alone. NebraskaCancer.com.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Introducing the new Swiffer Power Mop, the all-in-one tool that gives you a mop and bucket clean in half the time. The solution's built right in, so no heavy bucket, and the pad has hundreds of scrubbing strips to get deep into grout. Don't mop harder, mop smarter.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor, and Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees. The Source. By your mom's house.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
College football, we love you.
On 1620 The Zone.
Earlier this week, we had the story about the last dive bar in Oakland who
yes,
who has the clothing apparel that is very pro-fan and anti-Oakland Athletics ownership, and some of the Oakland players who were spotted wearing wristbands that had the last dive bar on them all have mysteriously either been cut, traded, or released in the last year.
Interesting.
Well,
Weird how that happens.
Guess what?
What?
They've done something even better. They
The restaurant this is, or the dive bar rather?
the last dive bar just put out a screenshot earlier today that said, interesting, on day one, A's file for these trademarks. Do the A's not believe in Vegas? Why wouldn't they have filed them a year ago? We saw that and did so ourselves. It is a screenshot of the status alert from the trademark. I keep remembering, keep forgetting who the U.S. I think it's U.S. Patent and Trademark Agency or whatever it is that you go through to get this. And it says status alert on Saturday, March 9th, 2024. So last month.
Okay.
The status for the Las Vegas Athletics mark changed to new application. On Wednesday, March 6, 2024, a U.S. federal trademark application was filed for Las Vegas Athletics by not available. The owner of the Las Vegas Athletics mark is listed as not available. The correspondent for the Las Vegas Athletics mark is the Last Dive Bar of Stockton, California.
Amazing.
In other words, last year, they squatted on the trademark for the Las Vegas Athletics. The team, which has been talking about this move for over a year, never bothered to go in and file for the application until just last month.
Awesome.
And so now the Last Dive Bar in Stockton, California owns the trademark that can be used on apparel, shirts, pants, jackets, footwear, hats, caps, and athletic uniforms.
Good for them.
This is great.
Good for them.
They are absolutely sticking it to the ownership group of the Oakland A's. Soon to be
Remember,
just the A's.
I was just going to say,
They're
they're
not
now the
Sacramento
Athletics.
A's. Have you
They
seen
dropped the Oakland?
Have you seen any of the merch that they do?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's a lot of, you know.
You know about the bar, Nick?
Yeah. The Last
No, I've
Dive
not.
Bar. It's a lot of really cool merch. There's a Puppet Master with what's his face, the owner on puppet strings.
The owner, John Fisher. Yeah.
John Fisher on puppet strings.
Yeah, it's a lot of anti, ownership because obviously they're leaving Oakland and
it's pretty punk.
And they're trying to screw over the city.
Yeah.
So good on you, Last Dive Bar.
If I ever make a trek to Oakland, I'm going to stop by this bar and buy a.
Well, make sure it's Stockton because that's where they're from.
Okay. Well, if I go to Stockton,
if you go to Stockton, make sure you hit it up.
I will. I definitely will. I will support local. Support local of Stockton. That is
correct.
Yeah, I like supporting local here too.
By the way, the Last Dive Bar isn't actually a bar. I think it's just an online clothing thing.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah. It's not, yeah.
All right. Well, I mean, I could buy a shirt, I guess.
Sure.
Don't buy a wristband. You'll get sent down to AAA.
Or released.
Yeah, I don't want that. I want to stay here.
Yeah, but you don't want to work for the Athletics, do you?
No, probably not. They probably pay less than here. They're a cheap
do.
organization, John.
They probably do.
They're very cheap.
Oh, I'm going to be in a good mood tonight. It looks like the Jays are going to be wearing their baby blues tonight. Watching the guys walk out to the bullpen, I see baby blue.
Are they going to wear the
jerseys. My
camouflage
favorite.
hats again?
I don't know.
It looks
Good question.
weird, the camouflage hats with the baby blue uniforms. I don't like it.
Does it look weird?
It looks weird.
Oh, interesting. 402-951-1620.
They were wearing the camouflage hat with the baby blues. Now that you mentioned,
Yeah, I didn't like it.
they should have a baby blue hat,
They should.
or should they? Should it be a baby blue hat to go with an all baby blue uniform, or should it be an offset like a darker color of blue?
I'm
Or a
honestly
white
okay.
hat?
I'm honestly okay with either of those.
Okay.
I'm honestly okay with either.
I mean, I'm a big fan. I support our troops, so I
Yeah.
like the camouflage hat. In fact, I have a camouflage Creighton hat. It's pretty cool. 402-951-1620.
Dads love camo hats. My dad has a camo Husker hat.
Does he?
Yep.
So does Larry the Cable Guy,
A dad.
who was last night at the Jet Awards.
I saw that. His face was on the tickets.
Yes, they were. As the Jet Awards happened last night here in Omaha.
Oh, I think we just are about to get our winner.
Yep.
Our
so,
winner.
So that means we have to come up with another
Listen and win.
Another listen and win. I think the next listen and win will be the next time I have an old man take.
Oh, perfect. So if you say like,
so Nick gets to be the judge, jury, and executioner on this.
So yeah, I was gonna say if you say like, it's good to be here at a baseball park talking to someone on a phone. That's like, holy crap! You wanted to speak to somebody over a telephone? That's
be an old man.
All right, perfect. Well, I'll help Nick out and call you out if you say anything old.
Sounds good. So that'll be the next listen and win for $50 in Mexitli gift certificates.
Nice.
The next old man take you hear from me.
Perfect.
And we will take a break and come back and we will discuss a little bit more of yesterday. We had the conversation about the Super League and where that could end up going.
Yeah.
And so we can continue that conversation and more.
By the way, if you heard us yesterday, we mentioned Stuart Mandel.
Yeah,
Stuart
good
Mandel's
point.
joining us Monday now. He was unable to join us today.
Yeah, I believe he is in Phoenix. He is of the Final Four this weekend, and there's probably other things going on that he has to attend to. So he'll be kind enough to join us on Monday.
Yep, indeed he will.
Right here on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers, offers exterior solutions that help you protect your number one investment. Whether it's roofing and siding or windows and doors, they're committed to excellence, quality, and outstanding customer service in every step of the process. When it's time to protect the exterior of your home, your choice is simple. Turn to who the Huskers turn to, J-Tech Construction. Check them out online and schedule a free estimate today. J-Tech Construction, the official exterior experts of the Huskers.
Trees, are they all the same? Not at Lanahaw. Grown from a quality seed source, handcrafted in our local farms for generations, and acclimated to our tough Midwestern climate, Lanahaw's trees are different. Simply put, they're better. Much like our trees, we take great pride in being homegrown. Visit our garden center to find your next tree today. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
The world's largest sports book in Las Vegas is available right at your fingertips in Iowa. The Circa Sports Iowa app is sports betting the way it should be. Bet anywhere in Iowa and experience high betting limits, tight money line splits, and exceptional customer service. Download your new bookie today. Visit circasports.com and start betting like a pro from anywhere in Iowa. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Well, Shohei must have bet the over on the number of home runs he would hit today at Wrigley Field.
Why? What's going on?
Well, he hit a home run today at Wrigley Field.
Let's go. Oh, I wish it was Dinger Tuesday.
Could you imagine Shohei hitting a home
because Shohei would have bet on himself?
Oh, you stop it, John. That's illegal.
Could you imagine Shohei hitting a home run at Wrigley Field, but in a Cubs uniform?
Oh, that would have been pretty cool, John.
Yeah, but I don't like having, cheaters on my team. I don't like people who, bet on baseball on my team. I famously said, no, I don't want Pete Rose on the Cubs. He bet on baseball. Same with Shohei.
You said that as a child?
No,
I don't want Pete Rose on the Cubs.
It was Ippei, John. Ippei did it.
Yeah, it was Ippei. John.
Oh, that's right. It was Ippei.
It was
who did
Ippei.
It was
Ippei.
Ippei. As you mentioned before the break, Stuart Mandel of The Athletic will join us on Monday. He was going to join us today in this spot to discuss his story yesterday or 2 days ago, actually, on this Super League, which it's a group of college presidents, the number 2 man in the NFL. There are other people within the sports and entertainment industry who made up this 20-person think tank and have come up with this idea to create a Super League of college football, which would be the top 70 programs. So think of it as the existing Power 5, and we're still counting the Pac-12 for the moment, plus Notre Dame, plus SMU, who has just joined the ACC. They would be the 70 teams locked in, and then there would be 10 teams that would be added on top that would be then subject to the European-style promotion relegation system. So, in other words, the teams that don't make the 70-team cut, the teams out of the Mountain West.
So, since we're talking about like 60 other teams, would then, in theory,
and they would still
in and out,
and they would still compete. They would still have a season. They would still. I mean, I would assume they would be able to organize their own playoff if they wanted to.
Great. See, that's a great question. Well, you'd figure they would do something in terms of the actual promotion aspect.
Well, yeah, you would have to determine what it is that makes the promotion and relegation possible, because in the European soccer leagues, it's based on performance.
Correct.
And so, yeah, I mean, so I would guess that this Super League would have to come up with the parameters
to do the promotion part
to
of
say,
it.
okay, these are the 10 teams that are getting in. So they would almost we'll call them the non-Super League teams. We'll call them the not Super League.
Nice.
Or the un-Super League. They would have to organize in such a way to have a structured system so that you could fairly and arbitrarily be able to select, hey, here's the 10 teams that are moving up.
So real quick, here's what they do in soccer, and you'd have to change it around in a college football system where you have 60 teams. That's a lot of teams. What they do in soccer, like in the Premier League, or rather in the lower level, the top 2 teams of that level are automatically promoted. And then they have a winner-take-all third place game, if you will, a playoff game, and the winner of that also makes it. So 3 teams go up, and then the bottom 3 teams go down. But given that this would be 10 teams, you would need a different setup than just the top 10. You would want some form of a playoff.
This is why I think this idea is it's just not feasible. This
is the sticking point more than anything else.
I would get rid of this in a heartbeat.
The promotion and relegation.
How is a program going to be able to make dollars and cents of its budget? It's one thing. See, the reason why it works in Europe is because essentially those teams that are in the lower tier are their minor league system in a way.
But if they stay up forever, then they get that money.
I understand that, but that's the problem. And you're also, it works there because it's a professional league and you have players under contract for, I would assume for a lengthier period of time. In college sports, as we have seen, teams change dramatically year to year to year. So you're really basing the results of teams getting moved up the ladder, and they will then competed by players that had nothing to do with that success. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's why I just don't. And I also think, quite honestly, this idea, at least in this country, is kind of born out of this attitude and out of a generation of folks, mine included, that
watch out for an old man take,
that was raised on fantasy sports.
Oh, wouldn't that be cool if Shohei could play with Cody Bellinger? Wouldn't that be cool if,
this, that,
Shohei could have played with Cody Bellinger.
So that's what it is. It's just born out of an idea of people who play fantasy sports, and it's not applicable in the real world of college athletics.
Now, I know that we have debated promotion relegation before. We don't have to go down that road. Let me offer you a devil's advocate to what you were saying. which I've actually proposed before when I first started, thinking that this was where college football was moving. If you're trying to keep everybody in the sport engaged, isn't this the olive branch that you offer? Where, like, John, you're not wrong.
No,
rosters,
you're right.
Rosters
You're
changing over,
right.
and I get what you say
You're
budget wise.
absolutely right.
But what's better than going up and down? Being down forever. It's like, this is an olive branch of, hey, you want a seat at this table? Here's your chance.
Right.
You can do it. I understand all of the issues
No,
that you bring up.
No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And if that's the only way we're going to give any of those other programs a chance, I suppose it's one solution to the problem. But yeah, and like the finer details of, well, what does that mean for those teams? What does
it look like for the conferences, right? Like, is it, so if it's 10 teams, is it one team to this league and one team to this league and one team to this league?
See, here's where things, and this is, forget promotion and relegation, because that's just a detail of the bigger plan. You could do this system with or without the promotion and relegation. The real sticking point is going to be in two areas: money and power.
Yes.
And the two leagues right now that hold most of the cards are the Big Ten and the SEC. And if they're not willing to separate from their money and their power, none of this is going to matter at all.
Mm-hmm.
It won't matter one bit. In order for this to all work, you've got to have everybody being willing to, A, work together, and for some folks, willing to cede some of that money and power for the greater good. And that is, to me, the biggest problem in college athletics today is there is nobody out there in a true position of power who has advocated for doing it for the greater good.
Correct.
They might say it. They might say, well, this is the only way we can do it. And we talked about this yesterday. Really, some of the people who are in positions of power are using the athletes as human shields. They're using the excuse of, well, but NIL, and we got to take it in-house, and they're eventually going to want to be paid. They're going to want to be employees. And, well, if it hadn't been for those darn kids, we could have the system that you've enjoyed for the last 100 years, which is it's just poppycock. It's ridiculous because you saw all of this coming. You all have been fighting tooth and nail against all of this forever, fighting upstream, knowing eventually you were going to lose. And now the levee has broke. The water's rushing over the dam. You're being flooded with lawsuits. And lawsuits you can't, frankly, win.
Correct.
And it's your own damn fault.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more.
But they're using the idea,
players.
They're using the players and wanting all these new demands. Oh my God, I've never heard that players wanted more for what they were putting out. Oh, I have no idea. Well, now those darn kids have made it so that we have to, destroy and blow up the model of college athletics that we have all enjoyed. And that probably means that Iowa State, sorry, you're out, maybe one day Vanderbilt, sorry.
See, but isn't that the funny part about this story is that 60 of the teams are locked in, right? And
70.
70 of the teams are locked in.
In this model, yes.
And then, so the league is ultimately 80 teams, and it's just 10 teams that rotate. But a certain number of those teams are always in. Iowa State's always in. Nebraska's always in.
Yeah,
they can't drop off.
But you see, that's the thing.
It's not fair. If you're going to do promotion and relegation, it has to be fair for everybody.
Sure.
This is not that. This is, again, and I used the word dregs yesterday, but that's what this is.
The unsuper league.
Yeah, this is the lowest level of the sport that's only going up and down. And look, would Alabama ever fall to such depths? Probably not. But the fact that they don't even have to worry about it is okay, well, this is kind of stupid. The one thing I will say about this idea, and I cannot wait again to talk to Stuart on Monday about this now, because I'm just so curious why there was this fear or we have to get the college football playoff stuff locked in ASAP. Because if you missed the report, if you missed the story the other day, Reading from the story. According to 2 executives briefed on the proposal, one reason the FBS commissioners last month self-imposed a March 15th deadline to approve the 6-year college football playoff extension was to stave off CST's push. So they did this to put it at arm's length. And so it's like, okay, what exactly were you kind of nervous about? The thing that I do like about it is the idea of regionality being a thing again.
Sure.
I wish, honestly, I wish the whole sport could collectively bargain. I wish it would.
Well, that's the thing.
That would be so great for the sport of college football.
If you're going to collectively bargain.
And I'm talking about the programs, not the players.
Right. But it would be damn near impossible under the current construct of college sports to collectively bargain unless you're collectively bargaining with the NCAA, which everybody is assuming is going to go the way of the dodo bird or blow up or be a much reduced part of itself because of all the lawsuits that are currently against it.
Yeah.
If college football is going to collectively bargain, can you imagine what it would be like if college player unions were having to bargain with all of the individual conferences? In the NFL, the players union isn't bargaining with the AFC East and the AFC South and the NFC North.
That's the NFL.
No, they're collectively bargaining with the NFL, a singular entity. Imagine if we just dropped the hat today and the National Labor Relations Board just said, all right, all college athletes, you're free to collectively bargain and you can unionize. Who would you go through at this point, especially in college football and basketball, which are the sports that, are going to be the ones that make the lion's share of the money? That's why something like a Super League, or what I think is going to eventually happen, the Big Ten and the SEC basically just take over the world. That's going to be that one entity, or at least one or two entities that you collectively bargain with, because that's the real sticking point right now. There's no way under the current construct of college sports that you're going to be able to do all the different things. So I do agree with some of the leaders in college sports that say, yeah, change is going to be inevitable because of all of the change that has been brought upon us. That is true. Again, it's your fault that the change is happening in the first place because you fought off all of these efforts at every turn for decades. But it is true. The way that things are assembled today are going to be different. But college sports, college football, college basketball possibly, and we used this analogy several months ago, but it's going to end up going the way of how professional wrestling went. Professional wrestling used to be regional territories all across the country. And then Vince McMahon came along and said, nope, I'm going to take my product national. And he started buying up all of those regional territories and all of the best wrestlers and took his company global. And now, they are the one left standing, from the old territory system. It's the same thing here. The Big Ten and the SEC are the Vince McMahon in this analogy. And they're either going to buy up, or they have started. I mean, they've literally bought away Texas and Oklahoma. The Big Ten has literally bought away Washington and USC and UCLA and Oregon. They've already started that process. And that's how this is going to evolve, instead of, everyone just deciding, hey, wait, let's put the brakes on this. Let's all come together and do something.
Yeah.
I applaud this group's efforts to try to make something happen. But unfortunately,
it's not going to happen.
Unfortunately, it's probably at least 10 years too late, maybe more, because really it's been within the last 10 years that the SEC and the Big Ten have really flexed their muscles and have really, started to move the chess pieces around at their will.
Yep.
This idea needed to happen at least 10 years ago, probably earlier than that, to have any real shot of getting to the finish line.
Zach emails in, there's zero chance the Big Ten and SEC would give up their advantage to split the pie with 80 teams again, nor should they. If there was any sort of relegation model, the only teams not at risk of relegation would be the teams in the Big Ten and SEC. It wouldn't be 80 teams, zero chance. This is just wishful thinking from presidents at schools not in the Power 2 trying to speak it into existence along with media members. First of all, I don't think you and I are. I haven't really seen a whole lot of media members trying to speak this into existence. I haven't really seen a whole lot of, like, this is the best idea I've ever seen.
And I disagree with you. I mean, that this is the way it should go. No, this is not the way it should go.
Well, also,
in my opinion, I don't trust the SEC.
Also,
I don't trust the Big Ten to do the right thing.
Also, and this has been on The Athletic, the CST does not I'm reading from another one of Mandel's follow-up stories. CST's plan does not envision equal revenue sharing, with the Ohio States and Michigans getting a larger cut, just like they do now. Chip Kelly conceded that might be the only way to get the richest programs on board. So this isn't even like a straight equal model to begin
Right.
with.
So that, yeah, we're not even talking, an NFL or, for that matter, all the major sports,
Correct,
for the most part, have an equal revenue sharing model when it comes to their television.
Correct.
They don't have equal, they don't have to share their ticket sales and their other internal revenues. But yeah, the national TV rights, in the NFL, they're all shared equally. The Packers make just as much from the national TV as the Cowboys do, even though the Cowboys draw bigger ratings than just about any other team out there. Why? Because everyone agreed many years ago, the greater good and the health of our sport is to do it this way. Yes, it's a little bit of socialism, but in order to keep our league viable and healthy from 1 to 32, this is what we need to do. Can a model like this under a super league where there's still not equal revenue sharing work? I mean, like everything else in college sports, we're not even doing half measures, Walter. We're like doing, 1/64th measures.
Well, I would say
it's just little incremental paper
it's trying
cuts
to have
all
your
the way
cake
down
and
the-
eat it
Yes.
too, right? It's trying to have like the best of all of the worlds of the most powerful programs, want to make the most money, which I get, like they've always made it. So why do they want to change? The benefit that the NFL has is that it actually has always been this way. And so it's easier to keep doing it one way when you don't know another way, even though you're right. Like, can Jerry Jones look and say, well, we should be making more? Here's the thing, though. The Cowboys do make so much more because their brand allows them to make so much more.
Does.
They might not get an unequal cut in the television revenue, but have no fear. They make a ton of money in a lot of other areas that the Jaguars wishes that they could make the money in. And that's the thing. It's like same with Michigan, same with Ohio State, but because they have always benefited, it's funny. The Big Ten is an equal revenue sharing conference. So they do get the best of that world, but they also get the best of their brand. And then also they get the best of just being a Big Ten team, which means more power and influence and money as well.
Yeah. Now, by no means do I even do. I absolutely do not want to see a world where the Big Ten and the SEC run everything. I don't want to see it because, and quite frankly, if you're a Husker fan or a Hawkeye fan, you should feel the same way, even though currently you're in the in club, because at some point, once all the vultures have devoured everything, all the roadkill out on the road, eventually the vultures are going to turn on each other or turn inward on themselves. And programs like a Nebraska or an Iowa, one day, it's not today, but one day could be those programs that could be like, do you really add enough? And then you guys get kicked to the curb. I don't want to see anybody suffer that fate.
No.
I don't want to see anybody suffer that fate. Because, who knows? I might have felt differently 25 years ago when Nebraska was the kings of the sport. And they were too big to fail.
It certainly felt that way for years.
But now they have failed. And it's all about, and again, kudos to the fans, tip of the cap to the fans. You're the one thing that keeps this ball rolling. Without you and your over-exuberance for winning three-point shooting contests, Nebraska's irrelevant. They're irrelevant, and they are on the outside looking in.
That's why I stand with Trev in trying to give the fans a South Stadium that they can enjoy. I do. Dion writes very ominously, I agree with John, ... Speaking of old
He
man
does
takes,
agree with me. He agrees with me how much we love Creighton.
Wow. I don't think Dion does that. There was a question
He
about
agreed with me.
the blue hats. I can't remember if it was in the YouTube or not. Maybe it was on the Twitter, but essentially, do you
Creighton's blue hats?
Yeah, do you like the light blue or the dark blue hats? I like the light blue hats. That
I
works
also
for
like the
me.
light blue.
Yeah, it looks like they're going with the we'll just call it the regular blue hats.
Are they rubber?
No, they are not rubber hats.
Sad. Are they wooden?
And they will not be using wooden bats.
Soft.
Do they have pissed off Billy Blue Jay on them?
No, it's just the Creighton C.
I like pissed off.
By the
Billy.
way, when we return, still a chance to, by the way, to call in at 402-951-1620 and claim your prize for John. He had a myriad of old man takes. So many old man takes. Give us a call right now. But when we come back, speaking of uniforms, I have a very funny tee-hee about a baseball team, John, in the professional ranks. So you know what that means.
Means they're probably bad uniform.
Bingo!
All right, we are live here at Charles Schwab Field, and we will be back on this One Beer Friday. Thanks for joining us here today on 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 the email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy skies and filtered sunshine for your Friday, becoming breezy here this afternoon and evening. High today of 64 degrees with gusts up to 20-25 miles an hour. Becoming windy tonight out of the east-southeast up to 30 miles an hour. Partly cloudy to mostly clear skies overnight with a low of 41 by Saturday morning. Warm and very windy for your Saturday with a high of 67 and gusts possible up to 45 miles an hour out of the southeast. A fire weather watch remains in effect for eastern Nebraska and western Iowa throughout Saturday afternoon. A chance of storms after 7 p.m. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select style supply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Now your ideas don't have to wait. Now they have everything they need to come to life. Dell Technologies and Intel are creating technology that loves ideas, loves expanding your business, evolving your passions. We push what technology can do, so great ideas can happen right now. Find out how to bring your ideas to life at Dell.com. Welcome to Now.
Omaha Maverick Baseball is coming off a series victory over 2023 College World Series qualifier Oral Roberts, and the Mavs are ready to take on crosstown rival Creighton on Tuesday, April 9th at Tal Anderson Field. Don't miss this classic matchup. Plus, it's $2 Tuesdays when all Pepsi products and Busch Light cans are $2 when the gates open until the 3rd inning. Get your tickets for this game and all baseball and softball games by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
High schoolers, unleash your creativity and learn about potential careers in broadcasting at the Digital Expressions Media Camp. Have fun, make friends, and get hands-on experience with video and radio production June 9th through the 14th at the University of Nebraska at Kearney. Scholarships are available from the Nebraska Broadcasters Association, and spots are limited. Learn more at digitalexpressionscamp.com. That's digitalexpressionscamp.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
And I didn't see any pelvic thrusts. I don't see any pelvic thrusts either. I don't see anything sexual in nature.
On 1620, The Zone.
Friends, we have lessened your confusion. Now, instead of subscribing today, you can just subscribe to 1620 the email, because it literally says that on our website.
That's so nice, John.
So go to 1620thezone.com, look for the link in the middle of the page that talks about 1620 the email, and just enter your email. And don't worry, we're not going to spam you with a bunch of stuff. Plus, coming soon, someday, more information on the Grimvitational.
Yes, let's go.
Let's
do it.
Classic.
John, everything you said about 1620 the email was true and very good.
Yep.
But I
Very
think you
true.
were the one and only person ever confused about it.
I think so too, John.
I
Maybe
think it
that's
was
one of
just
John's
you.
old man
No,
takes.
I was not confused. I was just trying to alleviate confusion from the people. That's what I was
Interesting.
trying to do.
Interesting.
So go to 1620thezone.com and subscribe today to 1620 the email.
I
can still say subscribe today.
You can, John. You can. This is a quickie. Shout out to Travis, our friend Travis in Dallas.
Hi, Travis.
For this one. So Sean McFarland, John, he is not Seth's brother, at least I don't think, but he covers the Texas Rangers for the Dallas News. He lives in Dallas. He's probably a fine American.
It used to be a comedic thing to cover the Rangers, but now the Rangers are good.
They won the World Series last year. Congrats to Chris Whitney and others. Sean McFarland reports about an hour ago, the Rangers will not wear their City Connect uniforms tonight. Do you want to guess why?
It probably has something to do with how badly they're constructed or how poor the materials are, and you can probably see right through to their crotchal.
Is it a sizing issue?
In the words of Pearl Jam, even better. They have not received them from Fanatics. Fanatics, did they get lost? Maybe they should have done the Amazon 2-day shipping. The club expects to have them by their next Friday home game, which is on April the 26th.
I mean, isn't that what Fanatics does? They
makes jerseys and sends them.
They
Also,
send them to people.
They have a sports book now, too, which I would trust nothing in the world less than
Fanatics
that. Fanatics
does?
has a sports book.
Oh, I bet their splits aren't even tight.
This gets worse. This gets worse all the time.
How do you not have them ready a while ago? Because they probably have like a whole thing going on tonight, like a giveaway or something in association with the.
Do they know that opening day was a week and a half ago?
Well, it's
Good
not
question,
only
Nick.
that, but when you unveil a new jersey, there's a lot of planning that goes into it.
Yes.
And you're like, okay, well, we're going to have them by this date because we're going to do something special with them, and then they don't have the jersey. Well, that's probably good, because if they're like most of the City Connect jerseys, they're ugly AF anyway. Did you see the ones that the Phillies have?
Oh no,
it's
yes,
terrible.
They are.
It's terrible.
I like the hat. The hat
Oh!
looks cool. But the hat's
Oh,
neat.
No, Nick's not wrong. The hats are cool because they
Fine,
have
keep the hats, but get rid of the
they
rest.
have a Liberty. Oh man, yeah, I don't like that font. That font is douchey.
I saw somebody
Douchey
on
font.
Twitter say the uniform looks like it was designed by an 8-year-old listening to Limp Bizkit.
I would say that font is of a divorced dad with 2 sons that he barely ever hangs out with. That's what that font looks like to me.
Yeah, well, it's always got to be something. Baseball finally fixed its timing issues. They seem to have the sport pacing at a pretty good level. You've got superstars back in the game. There's more interest in the game. They had to have something that they had to screw up. Who would have thought it was the actual uniforms, which for decades, baseball has always had the best uniforms. They've always they've always been on the cutting edge. They have
cutting edge. It's just buttons and a shirt.
Your button.
Yeah,
that's what you're wearing.
I know this isn't cut. I'm not like, look at this cutting edge shirt with buttons.
It's not because of that, but it's just like in how they're designed and the material. I mean, there's classic baseball uniforms from every generation.
Every.
Yeah. No, you can't win Mex Italy because we're striking the words now. Oh, by the way, we do
what's
need
the
another
next one? Yeah. It has to be about me this time. When I say something very smart and normal, like I often do.
The idea is to give away something, Josh, not to live in eternity.
Hey, what about when you do your laugh?
Oh, people hate my
Give me that.
Sorry, Nick caught me off guard. That was funny.
All right. That's a good one, Nick.
All right.
The next time Josh does his honk.
All right. Perfect.
Because
people accuse me of doing a fake laugh. It's not real.
Oh, it's very real.
And it's spectacular.
I don't know if it's spectacular. And do we know if it's real?
It is real. I do laugh that way. Matthew says San Diego Padres City Connect uniforms are fire.
I can't do it. They look like Neapolitan ice cream. Every time I look at their uniforms, I'm like, just ice
those
cream.
ones.
They're just
Producer Josh loves them. I can't stand them.
They're fine.
No.
I like the Cubs. I like the Rockies.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Wrigleyville ones.
I
Don't
like
them.
You don't like the Wrigleyvilles?
No.
I like the
Dave
Astros.
said, now we already decided what mine is. It's my lap. But Dave says that for Josh's turn, it could be the next time we hear former/ladder. Do I say former and ladder a lot? I'm going to have to cut that out of my vocab.
I don't know.
So I do like saying that.
Yeah.
I don't think I say it that much, but maybe I do.
Well, we're going to stick with the honk.
Honk.
Josh's honk laugh.
Matt says that I have a SpongeBob laugh.
Nah, it's not quite a SpongeBob laugh. SpongeBob is more of a. It sounds more like a dolphin than a honk.
Interesting. All right. Well,
that sounded like a dolphin dying.
Now, here's the issue: is this means that you two have to be funny, which tough. Maybe I'll laugh at one of my own hilarious jokes.
Highly unlikely.
Or Kent. Kent will join us soon. That'll be fun.
Kent will be joining us soon. We're going to be mending the line.
Yes, we will.
It was a minute movie, dude.
It was so funny.
Yeah, you know what I wasn't doing when I watched that? My honk laugh. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Well, what? It's a drama.
No, yes, that's not a criticism, John.
Or was it a romance?
No, it wasn't a romance.
No.
Or a bromance.
In fact, that's one of the things I liked about the movie.
That it wasn't a romance?
Yeah.
It's one of the things I love about Shawshank Redemption. It's just a movie about friendship.
That's
and
true.
Bad things.
Friendship and people, and corruption and
among other things.
And that one guy who couldn't, adapt.
Well, I mean, to some people there might have been romance at the beginning of the movie, but that's
I guess that's true.
People forget. People forget
that's how it starts.
That's how it starts.
Yeah, that's true. There was some
Andy
romance.
Dufresne's wife was having a little too much romance.
And then people died.
Yeah.
People died. Travis writes, that earthquake was God telling us how much he hates the Philly City Connect jerseys was the best tweet I saw about the Phillies jerseys.
I did see, now this is a dated joke, and this doesn't count as my old man take because that's already been
accomplished
yes. Today. But you remember the episode of The Sopranos where Ralphie makes the joke about Ginny Sack and the 100-pound mole removed from her ass? There's a Sopranos account out there that said the earthquake was caused by Ginny Sack falling off of a chair. And it was a picture of Ralphie.
Oh, that's mean, but funny.
That's Ralphie was one of all of Tony's foils, his heels. Ralphie was my favorite.
Yeah, he's good.
Ralphie was my favorite because he was so over the top and ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really good. In fact, that's this. Well, I just passed that part of this. I just passed that part of the season.
The yearly John rewatch.
It's about every 18 months.
Every 18 months, okay.
About every 18 months.
Every year and a half, it's time for the rewatch.
No, I haven't watched any. I don't think I've watched any this week. I was busy.
Is that the show you've rewatched more than any other show ever?
Yes.
Oh, and it's not even close.
Well, I mean, not counting like Seinfeld, but when I watch Seinfeld,
you're talking about a traditional rewatch.
Yeah,
not a bad thing that you force yourself to watch.
No, just going from literally going in order. Like with Seinfeld, it's just whenever it's on and there's nothing else on TV, and I'm just have it on in the background.
Because it's a last resort, because it's not funny.
Wow. I wish that it would have been called next time Nick has a stupid take, because, man, we would be giving away prizes left and right
That's
right
true.
now.
That's true. We would. All right, we've got more coming up, including our conversation a little bit later on. How badly do fans around here need the Huskers to win?
Is this a reference to the 3-point competition again?
No, but it was kind of inspired by that.
Okay.
It was kind of inspired by that.
Okay.
That'll be coming up in the happy hour as well as One Beer Friday.
Nice.
We are live at the ballpark with the Jays are going through their stretching.
Nice.
Lots of stretching and running and hopping and stretching.
Yep. It's always important to stretch before an activity.
Before they play Butler tonight, we'll have coverage on 1180 The Zone this weekend. That's our sister station of 1620 The Zone.
Hey, everyone. Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. John, the college basketball playoff has but 3 games left. 2 tomorrow in the remaining
6
2
if
square.
you count the women. What's wrong with
6 if you count the women, which they get going tonight in their remaining 2 square. There are some awesome matchups. There are some exciting games and some great prop bets as well. And right now, new customers can get $200, John, in bonus bets if their first $5 bet wins. We will have predictions coming up in about an hour and 45 minutes, and some of those lines will be inside of predictions. New customers, again, go to FanDuel.com/1620 and get those $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins.
And by the way, that first $5 winning bet can be on anything available right now on FanDuel. And there's a ton of sports going on. You like some international soccer or MLS? Do it. You like UFL? Do it. You like NASCAR golf? Do it. You like baseball? Do it. Or, of course, the tournament of great significance wrapping up this weekend. New customers, $200 in bonus bets if that first $5 bet wins right now only at FanDuel. FanDuel.com/1620. That's FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone.
A Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. through H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Do you like to shoot fireworks? Would you like to get paid to shoot fireworks? J&M Displays wants you. Help shoot an Omaha Storm Chasers game, Memorial Park display, or any of the major shows in Western Iowa and all of Nebraska. If you like to travel, J&M covers Nebraska, Kansas, and most of Missouri. They offer free training and great daily pay rates, which makes it a perfect part-time job. Visit jnmdisplays.com and click the Join Our Team tab to find out more. J&M Fireworks.
What moves you? Whether it's running a race or playing with your grandkids, Orthopedic specialists at CHI Health are dedicated to helping you keep life moving. We offer the latest surgical and non-surgical treatments, so you have options for painful shoulders, knees, hips, and every joint in between. Don't let joint pain put life on pause. Count on our team of orthopedic specialists to begin your journey back to what moves you today.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Back here at Charles Schwab Field on a beautiful Friday, though I just noticed that tomorrow we've got high wind warnings for the area.
Oh, what is it, Vegas? Josh gets that joke. John doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
No, you've said it.
I'm John, and I'm in Detroit.
Well, it was very cold in Detroit. Yeah, so
I'm getting sick of this garbage, man.
I know.
Wind can go to hell.
But there's also
No,
a
that'll
chance
spread
for
the flames.
Storms. There's also a threat of storms tomorrow.
What?
Might get our first real look at severe weather in the area tomorrow. Tonight.
What time?
Late afternoon, early evening, I believe.
Okay,
Is
that's
when they're
better than in
supposed
the
to arrive.
morning.
Not
Okay.
sure.
Trying to walk banks in the morning.
Well, yeah.
When it's windy.
Yeah, it'll be windy.
That is so annoying, man. This is garbage.
Speaking of windy,
Pure garbage.
Was reading a little bit of SIP's contributions to the tunnel talk today.
Yeah.
And he was talking about gossip. Gossip.
Yeah.
And
Does he have any hot goss?
And how the gossip train has been derailed by the Matt Rule regime.
I have noticed that as well. I think that's a solid take.
Yeah.
We don't really, I would say that people are a little quieter on the inside info front right now than they were in previous eras. And there certainly is not drama that's surrounding the football program like there have been previous regimes.
Now, I think we could also admit that we are still in a honeymoon-esque period.
Yes, 100%.
Where, because if you go back, the Mike Riley era notwithstanding, really, there's a few eras where the gossip was happening because there was such a controversy over the change. With Scott Frost, it didn't really start kicking in until after the second year.
Yes, correct. It was the 2019 season, them not making a bowl game really was the beginning of the questioning, if you will.
But to me, the gossip always starts when things are going poorly.
Yeah.
Or when things are, not on the up and up. And so far, that hasn't been the case with this group.
No, definitely not.
But
yeah, if you have a bad year, then
I also think, or at least something that would help limit it is I'll call it the insider-outsider access. Because of all the inside stuff we're getting from inside the program, the videos,
you're talking about the video,
the minis, the shorts,
chasing three,
those types of things,
unreal.
That people feel like they're more in tune with what is happening.
Yeah,
what's really happening behind the scenes besides what you're reading about in the paper or hearing about on shows like this. And so that part of it, and I've mentioned it before, it's a very shrewd way, and other programs do this too. This is not just something unique and special to Matt Rule in Nebraska, but you're starting to see a lot more of that, the insider-outsider access, where, the program itself is giving you a peek as what's happening. Keep in mind, though, that those things are carefully constructed and filtered to look a certain way.
It's giving you access, but it's obviously it's cleaning it up a little bit.
Oh yeah, it's definitely cleansed up. I mean, you're not going to see if Dylan Raiola has a bad practice, for example, and throws 5 interceptions.
Oh boy,
you're not going to see that.
No.
Or if you do, it may be crafted in such a way where the defense had a really good day and it doesn't specify necessarily who was throwing the ball.
Agreed.
And things like that. And again, I'm not saying that is a bad thing. If it entertains the fans and if it keeps them satisfied, great. But it's not true insider access. The gossip comes from places where it's in the void of all of that information where, hey, you know what? You want to know why this dude's not playing? Well, it's because he's been doing this or he's had a problem at home or something like this, blah, blah, blah. And it usually happens when things are going very
Yeah,
poorly.
I guess when you say gossip, there is a negative connotation, isn't there?
Yes.
Gossip does not have a positive connotation.
No.
What
it
is
never
the what
does.
is the positive? What is the inverse or what's the opposite of gossip then? What's info that is good or fun to talk about, but is also something that maybe they don't want to be spoken about? Is that just inside info?
I don't know if there is an opposite to gossip necessarily.
I bet
Unless
there's
you
a
just call
German
it-
word for
Unless
it.
you just call it hard and fast news.
Yeah.
And gossip, gossip isn't necessarily always true.
Yeah. Steve says, I don't miss Bill Callahan or Mike Riley.
Well, I'm not saying anyone should or does. I don't know where that came from.
Well, that's what Steve said. He spelled Riley wrong.
Don't miss Scott Frost either.
No, he was the worst of them all. Famously, the fewest amount of wins, the worst winning percentage since Bill Jennings.
That's why I was always hoping that he would stay just long enough to get that win
man,
percentage
I
below.
Trev-
I had the graphic already made.
But Benedict Trev, he ruined it. He fired him too early. Those L's should be on his ledger, not on Mickey Joseph's.
And that's why Trev is no longer the AD.
It's very sad. I stand with Sipple. He sucks. Get him out of there. He sucks. By the way, shout out to Ryan, who said he heard me laugh. So Ryan won a prize. You get a prize.
Did you laugh?
I laughed. I don't think I went, but I guess.
Wow, you can't even mock your own laugh.
I guess not.
That sounded awful.
The challenge is on. Make me laugh. Be funny, clown.
Well, but if he
You can't
already
make
won,
yourself
then we
laugh.
have. If he already won, then we move on to the next
do me
one.
All right, what's the next one? No, last time
No,
we did,
it's
you
my
Nick, you,
turn
you,
again. It's
you
fine.
clammed up.
It's fine. It's
You
my
were
turn
like,
again.
I say words long.
Well, the next one
Go
is
ahead and
going
do
to be
me.
the next Star Wars reference on the show.
Nice.
Awesome.
The next Star Wars reference on the Grum. And an unrelated reminder, joining us in about 45 minutes, Kevin Kukler.
Perfect.
Just to
Perfect.
clarify for the friends of the Grum, is it a spoken reference or is it if my tattoo flashes on screen?
Spoken, Nick.
It's spoken because it's listen and win, not
not watch Nick's arms.
Not
and
flash and win?
Not look at the scribbling on your arms and win.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up next, we're going into the movie club.
Let's do it.
Kent Wolgamott, we're mending the line.
Mm.
Available right now on Netflix.
Yes.
Talk about that and more when we continue with our good friend Kent Wolgamott on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. Looks like there's no wrecks to slow you down for your Friday afternoon. We are getting reports of delays, though, if you're east on L Street, going from 108th to 90th. Also delays on L Street for both directions around 36th. If you're east on Dodge, a slight delay around 90th. If you're west on Dodge, delays from 680 to 108th. And then it looks like some delays on eastbound 370, going from 132nd to 90th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
It's spring. Now is the best time to shop at Lanahaw for all things garden or landscape. Our garden center is filled with the largest selection of homegrown plants, flowers, trees, and more. The area's best mulch and soil available for delivery and pickup. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Got the happy hour blues? Get to Cops for happy hour relief with 2 happy hours from 3 to 6 p.m. and 8:30 p.m. till close Sunday through Friday. Cops serves 24-ounce domestic drafts for just $3 and 24-ounce craft drafts for only $4, plus $2 off appetizers. The restaurant that offers great pizza, burgers, and tasty charred wings now offers 2 great happy hours. Visit Cops today at 180th and Center, the Shadow Lake Town Center, and 72nd and Jones, or click copspizza.com. Cops, pizza, and so much more.
Email us on the Equitable inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can hit me up, agree, disagree, tell me your thoughts on life at Hanley at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone inbox.
Drinking and driving causes serious harm to friends, family members, and loved ones. In 2021, 65 people were killed in Nebraska by a car crash involving a drunk driver. Do not drink and drive. By drinking less, you can still be here for your loved ones. If you or a loved one is looking for help, find a treatment facility near you at findtreatment.gov. For immediate support, call, text, or chat 988.
Brought to you by Nebraska DHHS in partnership with SAMHSA.
When it comes to protecting your home, J. Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. Have you noticed stains on your ceiling this winter? With storm season around the corner and the damage it can bring, let J. Stennett Contracting ensure that your roof is durable and holds up against the weather this spring and summer. When you need an honest assessment, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than they're worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, they're board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies. They can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
Tell us how you feel on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Reach Gary, Nick, Connor, Josh, and John anytime on the J-Tech Construction and Solar Zone Twitter feed. Contact the official exterior and solar experts of the Huskers. J-Tech Construction at yourexteriorexperts.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Friday, the final day of the week. These are the voyages of the program Unsportsmanlike Conduct. Its ongoing mission to explore strange new movies, to seek out new bits and new edification, to boldly go where no radio program has gone before. Oh, Camp's Movie Club. It's El Camp's Movie Club. El Camp's Movie Club. It's El Camp's Movie Club.
That theme comes from Star Trek.
It does.
Yes.
Star Trek.
Star Trek.
Star Trek. Hi, Kent.
Hello. I heard you making reference to clowns. I'm here.
Got him.
There was your laugh.
There was the laugh.
There was the laugh. It was there. Kent, how was your week?
Actually pretty good, shockingly. But nothing too exciting.
Well, that's probably good. That's probably good because there's more excitement to come. You know, the excitement of spring football is right around the spring game, and I know how much you're thrilled about that.
Oh, yeah. If I can avoid being anywhere near that place, I will be.
Well, this week in the movie club, we are going to Netflix for the 2022 film Mending the Line. This is a drama that stars Brian Cox.
Yeah.
You know him from Succession on HBO and as the voice of McDonald's.
Yes. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
McDonald's commercials. Sinqua Walls, Perry Matfield, and Patricia Heaton, formerly of Everyone Loves Raymond, in this film. It is about war veterans who are dealing with post-traumatic stress syndrome. And in the case of this particular film, Walls, the character played by Walls, John Coulter, is an Afghanistan vet who has a traumatic episode. He loses his friends, and now he is being sent to different VA hospitals for analysis. He wants to be a Marine lifer. He wants to be.
When can I get back in?
I want to get back into the Marines, and he keeps failing these exams, these mental evaluations, and he comes across an old Vietnam vet played by Brian Cox, who has taken up fly fishing. And at the suggestion of Patricia Heaton's character, who is the nurse at the VA hospital, she suggests maybe you should try fly fishing. So the idea is that Brian Cox is going to teach this Afghan war vet how to fly fish. There is also a woman in the film who has also had a traumatic episode in her life. She lost her fiance in a motorcycle accident. She plays the town librarian. And really, it's all of these people trying to cope with their various stages of traumatic loss, and fly fishing and the nature of Montana are kind of all at the center of this healing process. And that's essentially the movie.
I'd say that's a good recap, huh, Kent? He should be a film critic.
Well, yeah, it's a good recap. And in a sense, here's my take on it. Is this in a way is almost a TV disease of the week kind of movie, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, and it follows that formula. You know, you're not going to make this movie and have the Coulter character kill himself at the end or something, right?
Right.
That's not going to happen. You know exactly what's going to happen from the time you get the setup of the movie, right? But it works, strangely enough, and doesn't feel as much, I don't want to say cliched or whatever, as the description would make it. And I think it's because this director, who I've never heard of before, Joshua Caldwell or something like that.
Yes, Joshua Caldwell.
Completely leans into this and says, okay, if we're going to do this, we're going to go and make this almost a more serious film, a more deeper film than the sort of the TV version would be. And we're going to make it look as good as we can possibly make it. And so then you put those nature scenes when they're out on the river, and it has this sort of almost reassuring visual presence, which is in keeping with the whole theme of the film of we're going to take these guys and we're going to use the fly fishing to heal them in a sense. And I thought it was a pretty good movie for a movie that was when I first got into it, I'm like, oh no, it's like to the week special coming here, but I thought it worked pretty well.
Yeah, Kent, what I found interesting was, so going to like the TV movie of the week type thing, like there were times where I thought it literally looked like a TV movie. And then there were other times, specifically the nature shots, where I thought it looked gorgeous. And then there was another part of me that's like, man, this is pretty cool that Brian Cox is in this because he brings a lot of weight to the role. And then I'd also have moments where I'm like, why the hell did Brian Cox agree to this movie? Because it just seems, I mean, obviously the answer is probably the paycheck. Maybe he wanted to do something different while he is filming Succession. But I just found all of those things made for an interesting watch that I'm with you. When I turned it on, I just was like, oh, this is going to be a movie that I don't think has any, no offense. I didn't think I was going to like it very much. But there was this push and pull of how it looked at times versus how it looked at others, and how it was acted at times and how it was acted at others.
Oh, I would agree with that, and I suspect the reason that Brian Cox did it is because that's a pretty interesting character that he got to play, right? And it's not the character that he always plays, whether it's in Succession or anything else. He's kind of for all of the guys' sort of isolationist quirks, right? And not wanting to do anything but fly fish. He's kind of the almost, I don't think hero's the right word, but you know what I'm saying? He's kind of the guy that makes all of this happen. And yet he's so distinctive with and I think that's probably why he took the role. And also, my guess is this is a short filming time kind of movie. They probably made this movie in a month, maybe. And so he could do that on the hiatus for Succession.
Yeah, it says, and there's not many notes on this, but the filming occurred in Montana in September 2021. It doesn't say when it ended, but I'm assuming it kind of implies that
it was filmed in 2021 September, and that was it.
That was it. They just needed a few days in September, and it's it's not like they had to go anywhere else, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a scene at the end where you see Seattle. And that factors into the end of the film, but otherwise, and then whatever scenes were shot at the beginning, because you do see the episode that sends the John Coulter character to the VA. You see a little bit of war scene, not much, but just a little bit from Afghanistan. But that could have been shot, just about anywhere, probably on sound.
Montana. I do think the stuff that Josh was saying kind of looks like a TV movie of the week was soundstage stuff, right?
Yeah.
And not particularly well shot, or that's not the right term. Well differentiated from TV soundstage stuff, let's put it that way, where the stuff in Montana was obviously on location. And that cinematographer, those shots of the river were lovely. They were gorgeous. And that's
there's
great.
There's the scene when they go fly fishing together for the first time, where he shows him his favorite spot, and the camera just kind of pans back behind him
very slowly,
and you see this winding river and then the mountains in the background. I mean, it is very beautiful.
That's exactly the scene I was thinking of.
Same.
Exactly it. The other thing that struck me as interesting, and this idea is not original to me, is that when he teaches him to fly fish, it's kind of like Mr. Miyagi in
yes,
Karate Kid, teaching him everything but how to do what he's supposed to be there to do.
Exactly.
Yeah, how long before they finally go fishing together in the movie? It takes a while, and he has that one scene where essentially he's like testing him out, right? He's like, "What's this? What does this do? What does this do? What does this do? All right, you're ready. Let's go."
I would guess that I don't think they actually went fly fishing until like an hour into the movie. Would that be? I think that'd be about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It ain't that long a movie.
No.
Meanwhile, the female character Lucy, played by Perry Matfield, she got to. I mean, it was like, hey, you want to go fly fishing? Yeah, she's out there.
Yeah.
She didn't have to go through all the initiation process of all of this. And I think that's probably one of the reasons, Kent, I enjoyed it, was that there's not really, I mean, I know there's a river runs through it. There's other fishing movies, but there's not a lot about fly fishing, you know? And
I know nothing about fly fishing.
I'll tell you this much. I almost wish I had the patience and the time. I would like to go fly fishing. It looks like fun.
Yeah, I was thinking that as they're going through like the early machinations, because I never liked fishing. I'm sure that I would like it if I did it now just because I'm older. But when I was a kid, I thought it was boring as hell. I was like, why do I want to go do that? And it's one of those hobbies that I don't really understand, but I can see why people would like it, because there's so many things to learn, you know, whether it's studying all the various equipment that you can use. I mean, how many books does the character read throughout the movie, you know, about it? It's like running, John. Sometimes people have hobbies that you don't understand.
Or
it can be
disc
very
golf.
Normal. Or disc golf. It's a thing, John. It's a thing.
Dying discs.
That too.
I would agree with you on fishing. No, too boring for me. And running, no, there's no running in golf. Okay.
I would say this, the side story, because the Lucy character, as we mentioned, her fiance dies in a motorcycle accident, and she is still in the same town, and she is still tending to the grieving mother. And I thought there was a little bit to that sidebar story and the deep grief, you know, constantly wanting to play videos of her, you know, her son playing football when he was in high school and these things, and she is stressing her out. I thought that was kind of an interesting, you know, sidebar to just the main story of these two guys, you know, trying to cope with their war-related PTSD through fly fishing. I guess that was part of what I enjoyed about this, was that, you know, the different levels of grief and how people cope and how you never escape it. That was, I mean, even to the very end of the movie, you're never going to escape it. This isn't one of those where it's, oh, happily ever after, one day I'm cured and everything's fine. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah. Like along those lines, we just got a text from sales person Heather, who says the significance of catch and release and the salmon. And yeah, I mean, that was, I would say, the most moving moment of the film, honestly, was the first time that they were fishing together and they caught the fish, and he's like, yeah, now let it back. And it's like, you could just see kind of the emotions in the way that it hit the character for what was about to happen. And then, yeah, certainly the swimming upstream stuff towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Nick?
To add to what John just said, and I hadn't thought of this until now, I think that aspect of the dealing with the mother and her also served another purpose. Okay. It showed that this kind of trauma, this PTSD, whatever you want to call it, isn't just related to a conflict, right? You don't have to have gone to war to have that.
Mm-hmm.
And it showed that through her and the relationship with the mom. And I had, until you said that, it hadn't, but I think that's part of why that works so well in the movie as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I'm glad that, because we don't find out right away why she's grieving. It's obvious, you can tell.
Yeah, something's going on.
That something has happened, that she's lost somebody close to her, and that she's dealing with another person who's dealing with the same loss. And I was worried initially that it was another war-related thing. And it was like, okay, that's way too convenient that this person meets this person who meets this person. So I was glad that the accident was not, it wasn't military related. It's, to your point, Kent, that, yeah, it doesn't have to be, you know, something traumatic that happens in war for you to be affected in a very similar and deep way.
And that's, you know, that may also, as soon as you, once again, when you said that, I thought that's one of the ways it sort of peels away from the cliche, right? Because the cliched movie of the week would be, here's this woman who husband got blown up in Afghanistan or whatever.
Right. And they link because of that. And the other cliched thing that they didn't go with, that I'm glad that they didn't, it looked like they were trending towards those characters becoming romantic.
Yes.
Yes.
And they did. She and I won't go any further than that, but that, because I was afraid that, because this is going to feel
just
very
seemed like
cliche.
it. I mean, that's what-
that
yeah.
these two people in deep mourning are going to find each other, and that's how they're going to heal. No, they go through. They're friendly. They certainly, help each other. And there's a great scene there towards the end where they're, talking through all of this and talking through what she's going to do. And they don't go through with that cliched part. It's completely different because everyone's got a different, destination, or, as Brian Cox's character, a recon that they have to accomplish.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, I'm sorry we passed you by.
Oh, you're fine. I am glad that you did bring up that point, Kent, because that was my main takeaway of, there were many characters in this movie, but I think trauma is the main character of this movie, just because it showcases all the different types of trauma that people are going through, whether it's directly war related or it's related to the death of a loved one, or even the doctor who was, you saw her break a little bit after she left Brian Cox's room when he was laid up in the hospital. And obviously that little break right there told me all of the trauma she's experienced just by dealing with all of these veterans who either don't want to help themselves or are trying to help themselves and they just can't, or all of that. I thought that was very well done. And the longer I sit with this movie, the less I hate it. Hate's too strong of a word. I didn't like this movie that much. Hate is too strong of a word, but I kind of had a joke yesterday. This movie felt like it was either propaganda for fly fishing or Montana more than it was about healing from trauma or PTSD. Just because it did weirdly focus on those things a lot more than I thought it would. Like, obviously, I knew that the fly fishing was supposed to be a conduit, a way to help be therapeutic through the trauma, just something you can control and just relax. But the way it felt like the movie didn't have a focus, it tried to focus on a lot of things, and I felt like that drug it down a bit. It was beautifully shot, but then a lot of the acting didn't do a whole lot for me. The librarian, that actress, some of the way she delivered some of her lines, it reminded me a lot of how Kristen Stewart said a lot of her lines in the first Twilight movie. Just kind of mumbly and like just looking away, and then like the way she would inflect some of her words, it didn't feel like natural inflections. It felt like an adult Disney movie at times, just when they were all fly fishing together and having a fun time. I liked it, but I didn't love it. It was the
But
longer.
earlier you said you almost hated it, so you liked it?
I said hate was a strong word, but I also said the longer I sit with it, the less that I dislike it. But I'm never going to go back and watch this movie again. I did not.
I think pretty much everything you said there is also valid, right? I mean, there was a lot of scenic Montana,
Mhm.
and a
bunch of people just wearing Montana hats. It felt very come to Montana, which is fine. It's a beautiful place, but
it
felt weird.
And also and that's why I'm talking. What you're getting at is why I'm talking. Why I've said it kind of has that TV disease of the week feel, because if you watch any of those movies, there's always that everything's great and we're having all this fun doing whatever scene, right? Every one of them has that. No matter whether the person lives or dies in the end, there's still that scene or set of scenes somewhere in the middle of the movie, just like in this one. So, that pulls, in a sense, adds that cliche element that kind of pulls it down a little.
I did really like the idea of the movie. I feel like we don't get a whole lot of movies of veterans coming back and having to deal with trauma and then finding hobbies and connecting with each other through these hobbies as a way to get your mind off of it, or even use your knowledge that you had learned in that previous life to help you with this life, like recon. Like he said, fishing. It's like doing recon.
And by the way, if you watch through to the credits, I mean, there's a, it's obvious, they consulted. There is a veterans group, a veterans fly fishing group that is designed to do exactly what the plot was in this movie. And they show pictures from actual veterans who, participate in this, in their fly fishing group. So, it's, I don't know the background. And you mentioned the director, Joshua Caldwell. Stephen Camella was the one who wrote it. I don't have any more information on him, but I'm guessing that maybe, somebody in this group probably is very familiar with this organization and kind of wanted to write maybe a bit of a love story to, this organization and what they do for veterans.
Or at least tipped the writer found something about this and then made his story out of it. Right. He didn't just pull this out of thin air. Right.
Correct.
And I was going to say exactly what you just said. This is sort of based on probably some kind of reality, because you see that in those final.
Yeah, honestly, at the end, I thought it was going to be like, this is based on Blank's life, because it just seemed like it was, but it was, obviously just more of a
way too specific.
Yeah.
So Mending the Line on Netflix, you can go find it right now and enjoy. And
it's one of the more popular films on Netflix right now.
Yeah, that's why I saw it. I saw it in the top 10 list a couple of weeks ago, or last week when I chose it. And despite being accused of this, it's a dad film.
It is a dad movie.
It's a dad movie.
It's a dad.
John, it hits all the check boxes.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
veterans.
Got war,
fishing.
It's got veterans, it's got fishing, it's got
Dads
Montana.
love war stuff.
Dads love Porky's, too. We haven't chosen that yet. When I choose Porky's eventually, you're going to call that a dad movie?
That's not a dad movie. That's a horny movie.
We're going to call it a Horty John movie.
Yeah, that's a teenage movie. Mike Schaefer became a dad, and he watched all of Band of Brothers. That's some dad content right there. By the way, Kent, before Nick picks next week's movie, Posty Posterson asks, what is L. Kent's letterbox handle? I got to follow my boy. Kent, do you have a letterbox account so you can check in on your movie watching?
I do not. I suppose I can make one.
You know what?
That'd be awesome, Ken. I would love to follow you on Letterboxd.
What is a letterbox?
It's just an app that you can use to check in on movies you've watched.
Oh, so it's like your tapped in app.
Basically, yeah. It's nice. It's how I keep track of the movies that I've seen. I have a tag that I attach to movies for the movie club called El Kent's Movie Club. So whenever we watch a movie, I tag it so then I can scroll through the list of movies that we have done.
Oh, so when I tried to come up with a master list,
that's how I found all my movies. I clicked into the tab and I was like, here we go.
You know what Kent's Letterboxd is? All of his published reviews.
That's true. It's called the Lincoln Journal Star.
The OG Letterboxd.
Well, there's that, but there's also a whole bunch of others that don't get full reviews done and stuff like that. I'll do that. I'll try to figure that out.
Hell yes, let's go. Ken on Letterboxd.
All right.
It's a great app.
Like some of the movies here I haven't reviewed or seen, right? Before like this one, for example, I'd not seen it until whatever night. I think I watched it on Wednesday night. So
awesome. Look at that. He's going to be on Letterboxd.
Nice.
So congratulations, Posty Poster. So you just guilted him in.
All right, Nick. Well, what movie will Kent be checking into on Letterboxd?
And by the way, next week will be movie number 185.
Nice. We are so close to 200.
I can't wait to pick Fellowship.
Now, depending on it depends. We might have some days
we got
off
vacations.
In here.
Yeah.
Right now, movie 200 would hit at the end of July.
Oh,
if we don't miss a week,
we should do a good summer blockbuster or something.
It will definitely not be any movies picked by Nick.
All right, Nick, what are we doing though for 185?
This is a movie that I think John will also really like, and one that I think Josh will really like. It's one where I first saw the trailer, I'm like, is that a movie for 2023? But the more I hear about it, the more I hear it is a very good movie. We're going back to Netflix. From 2023, the R-rated No Hard Feelings with Jennifer Lawrence.
Oh, does she get naked, Nick?
You're going to have to find out.
Oh, I've been wanting to see this movie. Perfect.
It's good.
There we
And
go.
the question, you will be surprised. You will enjoy it.
All right.
Good.
No hard feelings.
No hard feelings on Netflix. That'll be next week in the movie club.
Ken, who do you like in women's and men's basketball to cut down the nets?
I'm a UConn homer here.
Oh,
yes! Yes!
Look at
Yes! Big East. Big East. Big East.
Unreal.
Like Big Least.
Unreal.
I picked UConn in our pool or whatever you call it at work in the men's, and I'm a big Gino fan. He's one of the great guys, right? I mean, he's one of those. Every time you talk to him, you're like, this guy is a great guy, and I'm sure obviously a great coach. And so I've rooted for UConn women forever, mostly because of Gino, who he's a piece of work when you talk to him. He'll just say about anything. Did you see what he talked about? Caitlin Clark yesterday was really funny.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, he chose his words very carefully, right? And basically said, I hope she doesn't come in and knock the crap out of us.
Oh, I'll have to go check this quote out.
Go Hawks.
Go Hawks. You could probably get bounced completely out of the state of Nebraska for that.
I'm
Both
from
of my
Iowa,
cohorts
Ken.
here. Josh is rooting for Iowa. Nick's rooting for Iowa. I mean, he just spent 5 minutes trashing Montana. Jeez, Nick.
They can fish in Iowa too, John. Montana's not the only they don't own fly fishing.
The only
Iowa's
thing
not
they
as
fish
pretty.
for in Iowa is Casey's Pizza.
Nice.
And Busch
Damn
Light.
right.
Fishing is used as an excuse to drink Busch Light in Iowa.
Nice.
Or Coors Light.
Of course, so is breathing and changing diapers. And
Or great craft beer from Nebraska, and the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild, John. Oh, it's a One Beer Friday.
Kent, have a great weekend. Thank you very much, and we'll look forward to next week.
Bye, Kent.
Bye, Kent.
There he is, Kent Wogemont of the Lincoln Journal-Star.
Hey, reminder, speaking of the hoops, you can go to 1620thezone.com right now. John, you can check your picks for the college basketball playoff. And you remember this, the winner's going to get $100 to Cops in Omaha. Woo! Check the leaderboard somewhere on 1620thezone.com. It's fun. It's like a scavenger hunt to find the brackets.
Oh, it's like adult Easter.
It's like adult Easter, indeed. And speaking of the brackets, John, do you remember March 27th, a day that will live in zone infamy, but the good version of infamy?
Infamy is not good.
What's the good version of infamy called? What's the opposite?
A day that will live in
happy remembrance.
Is infamy? I thought infamy was just.
Well, infamy is the opposite of fame.
A state of being well known or some.
Oh, yeah, for a bad quality or deed. All right, well, either way, 16 listeners were selected for 16 teams, John, and the bracket, the censored 1620 bracket, leading up to the championship game, is also available at 1620thezone.com. Just go to the website. There's so many things. Scavenger hunts, emails, radio replays. Nick puts up videos.
He does put up videos.
Oh, I do. So cool.
He does.
He does a great job.
But, folks, we're burying the lead.
What's the lead?
Down with Shohei. Cubs win.
Oh.
Cubs win. Cubs win.
Virtue, by the way.
9-7 over the Dodgers.
I think
that's going to make our 4:30 guest very, very happy. Very, very happy.
Dodgers doing their playoff choking a little early this year.
You monster.
Sad.
You monster.
All right. Speaking of, Kevin Kugler joins us at the bottom of the hour. We will be back live here at Charles Schwab Field, getting ready for some baseball on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
I wanted Nebraska to settle in, make some shots early, and then get into a moderate pace because they're not built. Like start with their Air Jordans and then slip on the Skechers or the Hokas. Nebraska got sped up at the beginning of that game, and they got into, hey, let's just trade threes. And they did it to themselves early, and it became hero ball.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy skies and filtered sunshine for your Friday, becoming breezy here this afternoon and evening. High today is 64 degrees with gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Becoming windy tonight out of the east-southeast up to 30 miles an hour. Partly cloudy to mostly clear skies overnight with a low of 41 by Saturday morning. Warm and very windy for your Saturday with a high of 67 and gusts possible up to 45 miles an hour out of the southeast. A fire weather watch remains in effect for eastern Nebraska and western Iowa throughout Saturday afternoon. A chance of storms after 7 p.m. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to avoid this afternoon, but we are getting reports of delays on eastbound I-80 going from 680 to 84th. Same goes on westbound I-80 between 60th and 84th. Stop-and-go traffic on westbound Dodge from 680 to 120th. Delays on L Street for both directions around the JFK. Same goes on West Center with delays for both directions around 180th. And then it looks like slow going on southbound 204th from West Center to Q Street. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
If you have a large amount of gold or precious metals and want the best price with no waiting, Saul's makes it easy and fast. Any amount of gold, silver, or jewelry, no limit, immediate payment. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
There is only one constant in the universe, and that's change.
Brent Rasmussen of Mortgage Specialists.
I'm sure many of you remember the incredibly low interest rates that were available only a few years ago. Well, things changed. Now rates are higher. But would you believe me if I told you there was a time when people were paying double-digit rates? And that's the thing. Everything changes. Rates go up, rates go down. So if you're waiting for the perfect time when rates drop before you buy a home, you might miss out on the home you really want. So when you think about it, what's a thing today might not be a thing tomorrow. See? Change is good. I'm Brent Rasmussen. Call me at Mortgage Specialists, and we can show you all the details. Mortgage Specialists. Driven, trusted, reliable.
Click mtg-specialists.com. NMLS number 5918, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey, it's Apple for the FanDuel Sportsbook, and we're headed into the final weekend of the tourney, and so your bracket is already busted. But you could start right over with our friends from the FanDuel Sportsbook because FanDuel lets you bet on every game of the tourney. We are down to 4, NC State and Purdue and Alabama and UConn, a couple big favorites. Maybe you like the underdog on one of those sides, or maybe you like the favorites to tip it up in our championship game on Monday. You can find all that and more on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers get $200 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's right. Place a $5 bet on either one of those games any way you'd like. And if it wins, it's $200 in bonus bets. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/Happer and bet on college hoops all the way until they cut down the nets. That's FanDuel.com/Happer. 21 and over, present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha Jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 8 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q3 2023.
Getting your biggest tax refund from Jackson Hewitt can lead to some spirited reactions.
Jackson Hewitt!
Jackson Hewitt is so sure they'll get you your biggest refund that if they don't, you get your money back plus $100.
Jackson Hewitt!
Switch to Jackson Hewitt and we'll beat what you paid last year, even if you filed online. Ain't nothing to it. Switch to Jackson Hewitt and pay less for tax prep, guaranteed. Proof of prior year payment required when filing. New clients only at participating locations through April 7th. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct. The 1620. The Zone.
Doing a little random oddball, complete the circle a la Seinfeld wrap to our last segment and crossing over into our next segment.
Yeah.
So the actress who was in the movie that we just reviewed, Perry Matfield.
Yeah.
She is married to Mark Sanchez.
What?
Partner of Kevin Kugler on the NFL on Fox.
Wow. And lover of Star Wars.
Yes, lover of Star Wars.
402-951-1620.
So she has a lot in common with the rest of us. She's probably just as annoyed as we are by Kevin Kugler.
Do you think Kevin could connect us with her and we could have her come on the movie club to review the new Jennifer Lawrence comedy?
No, I said a mean thing about her. Don't have her on.
Exactly. Nick called her a wooden stiff as an actress.
I think he called her a wench. I think wench was the word.
Wench?
Yeah.
I don't remember hearing that.
Yeah, I don't like it when Nick speaks about women that way.
Yeah, it's
2024.
It's very untoward.
It is. See, and he doesn't even have any comeback. No comeback from Nick because he's taking phone calls and giving away prizes. Hurry, call 402-951-1620.
Exactly. Did you see this? Did you hear about this? Bronny James
I did.
Is entering the NBA draft.
I did see this.
Now, he already announced
and
he's
in the portal.
Yeah, he's already in the transfer portal. But he has also added that he is entering his name in the draft while maintaining his college eligibility. So he'll go through the same process like Trey Alexander, Baylor Shireman, Ryan Kalkbrenner did last year, for example. But the idea that, he's going to be considered for the NBA, I just think we don't know. We have no idea because he had the heart episode last off season, how much that set him back. I just think I get why he's doing it. Let's face it.
You're allowed to test the process now and go through all those machinations because you're allowed to have agents, which is a good thing. So
sure. So I know a lot of people will look at this and say, well, he's not ready for the NBA, and he's not.
No.
But he can go through the process and all at the same time still determine, where he's going to end up going to college.
That's how I view it too. I don't think that this has to be like an inherently negative thing, even if I'm not expecting him to get drafted, right? Like, I don't think that the returns on what he's going to hear from teams is going to be that good. So I don't think this is a bad thing, though. I think he's going to stay in college. I know a couple of years ago the idea was he'll be a one-and-done player. He'll get drafted. He'll get to play with his dad. I know that that's his dad's dream, too. I do not expect that to be the case. I think that he's going to come back. I don't know where he's going to go. Maybe he just returns to USC. Maybe he gets away from Los Angeles and gets away from being – he'll always be in the limelight again because of who his dad is, but if you get out of LA, is it a little bit easier? Maybe that you're not under, or in your dad's literal shadow of that city, perhaps.
For the longest time, it's been thought that, LeBron was going to hang on long enough so that he could play with his son in the NBA. But according to agent Rich Paul, who represents both of the LeBron Jameses, said one factor that won't come into play on Bronny's decision, and that is a requirement he play on the same team as his dad.
Yeah. It's just so difficult because, right now that's the Lakers, It'd be quite the draft pick just to do it for – it'd be a really cool moment. But, man, you got to look beyond LeBron if you're a Laker.
Yeah, if anything, it's going to be wherever if he does go into the NBA and he does get drafted at some point, it'll be whether or not LeBron decides I'm going to sign a free agent deal with that team.
Yeah.
But Who knows? I don't know if will LeBron James still be playing.
That's the question.
In 3 years.
He talked about it at some point the last week and a half, 2 weeks, where it really seems like it's coming pretty soon. And soon, what does that mean? 1 year, 2 years? It certainly seems soon.
Well, time to talk some Final Four next. The voice of the Final Four right here on 1620 The Zone and many Westwood One stations. Not all of them. I'm sure there's some Westwood One stations that take the alternate broadcast.
The alternate broadcast?
Yeah, it's just crowd noise. That's all it is.
That would be wild.
It would be wild.
That would be pretty interesting.
Listen
on your radio. It's
just crowd noise. It's just crowd noise. That's all it is. Kevin Kugler live from Phoenix/Glendale when we continue on Unsportsmanlike Conduct in 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
When it comes to protecting your home, J. Stenick Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, J. Stenick Contracting has you covered. Have you noticed stains on your ceiling this winter? With storm season around the corner and the damage it can bring, let J. Stenick Contracting ensure that your roof is durable and holds up against the weather this spring and summer. When you need an honest assessment, J. Stenick Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
Omaha Maverick Baseball is coming off a series victory over 2023 College World Series qualifier Oral Roberts, and the Mavs are ready to take on crosstown rival Creighton on Tuesday, April 9th at Tal Anderson Field. Don't miss this classic matchup. Plus, it's $2 Tuesdays when all Pepsi products and Busch Light cans are $2 when the gates open until the third inning. Get your tickets for this game at all baseball and softball games by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate restrictions apply. Website details and important prescription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Tax Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. This tax season, you get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data and a Samsung Galaxy A14 included when you buy an extended Silver Unlimited plan. So you can give your janky phone to your kid. Yeah!
Switch to Straight Talk. Find us at Walmart and StraightTalk.com. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com. Device offer ends 4/14/24. Taxes and fees apply.
We're going abroad for the first time in years. To Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast.
With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, he just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule it today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program. This is Nebraska's most listened to all sports radio station. From 1620 The Zone and 1620thezone.com. You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Omaha's #1 afternoon radio show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct with Kevin Kugler.
The hell is that?
It's an open.
Sounds like a nightmare. And oh, God. Geez, I just looked at the TV screen. There's the smiling face live from a Red Roof Inn somewhere in Phoenix metro area. It's Kevin Kugler, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi.
Hi, Kevin. How are you?
Hi, guys. The Red Roof Inn is great. Thanks for asking. I appreciate your concern.
I mean, I know you're on the same flight booked as UConn, so it was a really rough week for you.
I actually chose to fly Allegiant because that's the choice that I make. If you can fly Allegiant Airlines, you always take that opportunity to do so.
By the way, I didn't get a chance to see any of the game today. How did our boys look?
They're dominant. This is a chance really for, I think, all of us to get a little bit of redemption from the last couple of years. You know, people forget that the Chicago Cubs won the World Series over Cleveland in Game 7 in 2016. People forget that. And now that they've beaten the Dodgers, I don't think they play them anymore this year. I think that's it. So one and done, like the NCAA tournament, and that makes the Cubs National League champions, I believe.
Did anything weird happen today with Shohei Ohtani, Kevin? Were you watching him closely just to make sure?
He looked like someone who was not fully invested in the game, but he was fully vested in the game. I was excited to see he hit a home run. I mean, he played very well, and that's what you want. When you're a World Series champion, you want to see a team beat another team at its best. And, you know, today was a day where the Chicago Cubs basically just said to the Dodgers, hey, welcome to the National League. And that's what the Cubs were able to do today.
Well, the Cubs certainly taking on the role in baseball this year that the UConn Huskies have taken on in basketball.
Welcome to the NL Central.
Welcome to the NL Central, LA. You're welcome. That's the storyline. Is how
that's
dominant.
The storyline with Kevin today?
No.
Oh, okay.
Storyline with Kevin is.
Appreciate you having me on.
Can anybody beat UConn?
Yeah.
You've seen them several times, Kevin, and you've seen them in what was to this moment their last loss of the season. So you know it can be done, but the way that they've been playing and the way they have gone about their approach, can they be beaten?
I mean, yes, they can because they're still a college basketball team. But are the teams in this Final Four capable of beating them? I don't know. Alabama is going to have a different approach than did Illinois, and they made that very clear to us in the interviews this week. In fact, a couple of the guys said, I don't know what was going on with Illinois, but I promise you we're not going to have that approach. So their approach will be different. I was talking earlier today with Alex Caravan, and he said Alabama reminds him a little bit of Marquette. I was surprised. I honestly expected him to say they remind him a little bit of Creighton from the style of play, the pace of play, the willingness to shoot the three. But he said it's very much like a Marquette team, and they're very comfortable with Marquette. So I can assume they're hoping it's very much like Marquette because that bodes well for a UConn team that has, I mean, led by 30 points or more at one point in every single NCAA tournament game this year. It's ridiculous dominance. And I mean, I don't know who beats them. Maybe Purdue, because Purdue has a lot of tools that UConn has, but we have to get to that game first.
Kevin, I don't know exactly what you were doing that Saturday that UConn took on Illinois, if you were able to watch it live or if you were doing interviews and stuff preparing for the game Sunday. But because I almost want to know if you had been doing prep or whatever, if you went into that game with the knowledge of what you were about to see, because I've never seen anything like that. There was a part of me that was like, I just want to see how long this run is going to continue. What was it like watching that, given that you have seen many dominant runs in a game before? I can't imagine you've ever seen something like that, though.
No, it was a really busy day because that was the debut of the UFL. So I had my interviews for the college basketball tournament, and then I walked over to I walked over to Ford Field. I walked over to Ford Field to have the to broadcast the most watched UFL game in the history of the league, and so I got done with that. And then I went and watched that game. And I got to tell you, we had to change one of our interviews that we had done earlier that day with Rick Barnes, because I said to Rick Barnes, man, you guys put an 18-0 run on Creighton. That is one of the more remarkable things you've seen in an NCAA tournament. And tell me about the run, what went into it, blah, blah, blah. We watched a 30-0 run, and my producer, Aaron Cummins, said, yeah, we're cutting that question out of the interview because you sound like an idiot if we run it the next day. And you're like, boy, 18-0 run is hard to do, blah, blah, blah. And then somebody almost doubled it the very next night. So it was one of those moments that you watch and you just can't believe it's happening, because I think Illinois is really good. I think Illinois is really talented, and they just blitzed them like I've never seen.
Hey, speaking of things you've never seen, I know we talked about it a little bit on Sunday, the emotions of Purdue and everything that happened. You've been on the call for the national championship game now for over a decade. So you've obviously seen
# old.
Your words. You have seen the emotions of the very end of the season and overcoming all the obstacles and getting to cut down the nets. Where does this rank when you compare it to those moments, let alone getting to a Final Four? Because that, I mean, just listening to it, I couldn't believe what it meant. It was obvious how much it meant to everybody involved.
Yeah, it was really 15 years of pent-up frustration that all came out at the end of that game, from my partner Robbie Hummel to the head coach Matt Painter. I mean, it was because you got to remember that Purdue team with Robbie and Etuan and Juwan Johnson was a team that was probably going to go to the Final Four. There's no guarantees, but that's a team that certainly looked like a Final Four team. Then Robbie blew his knee, and they never really could get back to it. And then the disappointments year after year after year. And despite great success under Matt Painter in the Big Ten, they never could get over that hump, get over that hurdle. They lose last year to FDU. Everybody's critical once again. So there was a lot of joy, but a lot of relief too. It was a really interesting mix. And I really do think that's one of the things that factors in to this weekend for Purdue. Was that enough? Was that enough for Purdue to get to the Final Four? Now, I don't sense that around any players, but it was a huge mountain to climb for that program. And assuming that it's not enough, they've got plenty to win the national championship. But we've seen it before. Teams get to a certain point and you exhale a little bit, like, oh my gosh, we did it. I don't know if that's what's going to happen here, but Purdue was very excited to win that ticket to the Final Four.
Kevin Kugler, who will be on the call on 1620 The Zone Saturday for the men's Final Four, and of course Monday night for the national championship. The reputation and the social media conversation around Purdue is, well, Zach Edey gets all the calls. He gets all the benefit of the doubt. You've seen a lot of Purdue, not just this year, but in previous years working on BTN. Is that an unfair characterization?
I think it is to a certain degree. And look, Zach Edey gets his fair share of calls, but Zach Edey is fouled literally every single time down the floor because no one has any idea how to defend a 7'4" guy with good footwork. And when Zach Edey establishes himself in the post, he has two people on. They double him or post trap him every single time. It's the recipe that Northwestern put on tape in December when they beat Purdue. And so every single team will post trap and run doubles or even triples at Zach Edey. We really saw it last year with FDU when they won in the tournament. The difference being, of course, this year's Purdue team can actually shoot the three. Last year's Purdue team was not very good shooting. So you've got extra players now to help Zach Edey, but it is an unfair character. Look, Zach Edey is really talented. Not every 7-footer goes out and scores 40 points in an NCAA tournament game 3 games after doing the third 30-20 game with 30 points and 20 rebounds in the history of the NCAA tournament. There are a lot of 7-footers that have played this game. Very few of them have been as consistently dominant as Zach Edey. And I think it's one of the reasons so many people are anxious to see if Purdue and UConn match up. A Klingon-Edey matchup is a really intriguing subplot to a game that would be filled with a lot of really cool storylines.
And when you look at Purdue's first-round opponent, of course, DJ Burns has been really the darling of the tournament, his great story. Certainly he does not look like your traditional college basketball player, but he has had a tremendous tournament. I would anticipate that the plan for NC State's going to be very similar in terms of defending Zach Edey, but I'm curious, Kevin, on the other side of the matchup, how much can DJ Burns be the DJ Burns he has been in this tournament against Zach Edey?
Yeah, I think you're going to see an attempt on both sides to maybe minimize those matchups. From a Purdue standpoint, I wouldn't be surprised to see Trey Kaufman-Renn get some time on DJ Burns, just from a quickness and athletic standpoint. I mean, Trey Kaufman-Renn 6'9" and a solid 230. DJ Burns is 6'9" and a very solid 275. But I don't know how much DJ Burns, when he's matched up against Zach Edey, is going to be. He might be able to go around him, but he's not going to be able to move him. He's not going to be able to dislodge Zach Edey. I think that's a really intriguing matchup to see how often Purdue makes sure that they have Edey defending Burns versus Kaufman-Renn defending Burns. And again, as it is in so many cases when you have big men, how this game is officiated tomorrow is going to go a long way to determining who wins this game.
It's funny, Kevin. We are 10-plus minutes into the conversation, and I don't think we've even said Alabama out loud. And it's a reminder to me that I can't really remember a Final Four team entering this moment feeling maybe forgettable is not the right word, but just so in the background, because you have like the two best teams in the country in UConn and Purdue. You have this DJ Burns story, which is super fun and we all like it. And then there's the football school who's making it to the Final Four. I wonder how they are about to enter into tomorrow, because chip on the shoulder might not even be the best way to describe how they're going to be feeling going into this game.
Oh, there is no doubt. Every one of those guys feels like that they're sort of like they were the +1 to the party. Oh, we had to bring Alabama because we needed a fourth. So they're the +1. John knows all about being a +1 or a third wheel, if you will, or in this case, a fourth wheel. You look at this Alabama team, and we get inundated with the most ridiculous statistics when you're preparing for this thing, because everybody's efforts are all pouring into what kind of statistics we could have. This might be the craziest statistic I've seen in an NCAA tournament in years. So Alabama is averaging 91 points per game. In the entirety of the NCAA tournament, they've made 4 mid-range jumpers. 4. They average 91 points per game, and in the entirety of their 4 games in the tournament, 8 total points have come on mid-range. They're a 3-point shooting team or at the rim. They do not waste any time in that mid-range. They are all about, let's get up the floor, let's shoot the 3. I mean, you start 1 of 13 from 3 against Clemson, you're like, nah, we'll just keep shooting. And they eventually end up 16 of 36. That's what Alabama can do. And if they can shoot the 3 with any kind of effectiveness, they can keep UConn within their grasp. I mean, that's the ultimate equalizer in any game in college basketball. It's so cliche, but it is true. And if Alabama, which has the best offense in an offensive league, can figure out a way to stop anybody, they've got enough offense to beat anybody here.
So which underdog looks like a bigger threat based on the matchup?
To me, it's NC State looks like the bigger threat to upset Purdue. And maybe that's the bias of seeing UConn just roll through these tournaments. But I do think there is something to be said for what UConn has done. And I think there's also something to be said for having played in giant arenas, not only from the shooting standpoint, but just from the emotion standpoint. When you walk out, there's 60,000 people there. You've never done. Purdue has never, ever in the history of their program played before a crowd they will play the size of tomorrow. So that's going to be a wide-eyed moment for them. I don't think that determines the game, but I do think Purdue is more vulnerable than I do UConn right now, especially to a team like NC State, who is the ultimate house money team right now. All they're doing is like, we're here. Nobody expected us to be here. Why not go out and see what we can do? And they do have a big that can maybe diminish some of the impact of Zach Edey, which is not something you could say about Tennessee, not something you could say about Gonzaga, Utah State, or Grambling State. and really not something you were able to say for much of the year in the Big Ten Conference.
He will be on the call. What time are we starting our broadcast tomorrow?
It's really early. It's like noon Pacific time out here. So, I mean, you're on the air all day with us, all night with us, and that's fine. I mean, if you really could choose to spend all day and all night with someone, it would be me.
And not John Bishop.
You could still spend some time with me.
You're on 1180 tomorrow.
Yeah. And the game doesn't start until probably 5 o'clock Omaha time? Is that about?
There's nothing on before that. In fact, I just was informed by the program director, and I'm not going to give his name out because I don't want to throw him under the bus, but I was just informed by the zone program director that there is nothing on any of the other radio stations in the entire cluster except for the pregame and the Final Four. Yeah, it's disappointing for others, but sorry, nothing else.
Okay.
Sweet 98, simulcasting the Final Four and glorious FM sound.
Hey, 101.9, they'll play anything, including the Final Four.
All right. Okay, well, have a great call. Enjoy it. And thanks for coming on despite the fact that Josh announced yesterday that he was really annoyed by your calls. He really just doesn't like you anymore.
I understand that. Look, all of you
were able to find it.
All of you fall behind Grimm in my minds when I got to fist bump him at the Creighton game or at the NCAA tournament. It's all good.
Yeah, that's true.
I can't
see, look at me. I mean, I got to fist bump Nick. That was like one of the high water marks of my year.
I'm glad I could do that for you.
Washed his hands for 10 minutes like it was 2020 all over again.
Yeah, well, you got to be COVID. COVID's not over, Josh.
It's not.
That's true. Thank you for reminding me.
Not over. Yeah. All right. Well, I know that happy hour is almost over there at the Red Roof Inn, so I'll let you get downstairs to it.
I cannot wait to get down there tonight. It's free Miller Lite.
Nice.
Goodbye.
Could be worse.
Bye, Kevin. Good to see you. Have a great call.
Kevin Kugler, ladies and gentlemen, Westwood One Sports. Tomorrow, 1620 The Zone. Of course, you're home for the men's NCAA tournament.
Looking forward to it.
Yes.
I think these are interesting games.
I agree.
And it certainly, I mean, we'll talk about it, but I do really want UConn and Purdue. I love when March Madness gives us those rare opportunities for what we consider the two best teams in the country. And so, won't you know it, one of them's going to screw up and lose, and we won't get that on Monday night.
Well, it is that time of the week, friends. It is One Beer Friday, brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild.
Excellent. We have prizes.
We do. If you want to send us a pic of what you're drinking, and we'll get you hooked up. This week's craft brewer is
Jukes Aleworks.
Jukes Aleworks
out in Elkhorn. They have drinks. They have food. Also, they have great art for their beers. Like, their beers have fun, like, logos and stuff attached to them. Oh, Nick has something for us. So, yeah, we don't have anything here. So, yeah, look at this. Look at how cool the can art is.
I love the can art.
Look at how cool that can art is. Nick, what do you have back there in the Zone studio?
We have the Bow Grove Czech Pale Lager, and then we have the Comer Kolsch.
What kind of beer is that?
Kolsch.
Awesome. Very tasty.
Well, enjoy those for us because we're here at the ballpark. But you all out there can enjoy your One Beer Friday. And let's get the weekend started next with the happy hour and One Beer Friday on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, that wreck on eastbound I-80 at 680 has traffic backed up all the way to 144th, so find an alternate route if you can. You're headed south on 680. We're seeing delays from just before Dodge all the way to I-80, so avoid that area as well if you can. Slow going on eastbound L Street from I-80 to 90th with people bailing out trying to avoid I-80. We're seeing delays on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. And then if you're west on Dodge, stop and go traffic from 680 to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Sometimes life throws you a curveball and you need a solution fast. A solution to help you make payroll, to save your house, to keep growing, or fund a startup, to fix a roof or other major repair. Saul's is your fast, local, confidential solution. Get the cash you need today with Saul's.
Hi, friends. Kent Pavelka courtside getting ready for this year's matchup between the Average Roofing Companies and the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The average roofers are just that, average at best, not very impressive. The Rooferees, above and beyond the opponent, more dependable, service that exceeds the norm, good sportsmanship, fairness, and integrity. You know them, you love them, and they're ready to win for you. Make the right call with John Higgins Weather Guard. It's tip-off time with the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Make the right call.
Baseball season is here again, and Tickets for Less has another reason for you to root for the Royals all season long. When Kansas City scores 7 or more runs in a game this season, you can get 7% off your next ticket purchase at ticketsforless.com. Simply use the promo code Royals7 at checkout the day after the Royals score 7 or more runs to redeem your discount. But be sure to act fast. The code will expire at the first pitch of the next scheduled Royals game. Learn more today at ticketsforless.com/Royals.
You never think cancer will happen to you. I smoked for over 40 years. My doctor recommended that I get annual lung cancer screening. They were able to catch my cancer at stage 1. It's never too late to quit. Even if you're still smoking, you need to ask your doctor about annual lung cancer screening. Just 30 minutes a year could save your life.
Call the Nebraska Tobacco Quit Line, 1-800-QUIT-NOW, 1-800-784-8669. Paid for by Tobacco Free Nebraska. Aired with the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and this station.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor, and Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Dust. It's in the living room, the bedroom, and the bathroom. It's also in your lungs. Let's fix that, shall we? Duct Defense Midwest offers a comprehensive system that cleans, disinfects, filters, and purifies the air. They'll make your home healthier and improve the life of your HVAC system. So improve the health of your home and everyone in it. Go to cleanairradio.com right now for a special air duct cleaning offer for Zone listeners. cleanairradio.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. It would be nice to have a plug. Throw. From your mom.
I drank beer with my friends. Sometimes I had too many beers. I liked beer. I still like beer. Had beers, have some beers. One beer, drink beer, drinks beer, drank beer, and drinking beer.
Upstairs, downstairs, where was it? I don't know, but I had one beer.
Friday!
You probably have Beer Center each week. Ralph Club, biggest contributor.
Beer. I like beer. I don't know if you like Beer Center or not. What do you like to drink?
Next
I had one beer. Friday. Yeehaw!
Hanging out and having some beers with friends, which I gladly do and which I fully embrace.
Well, you think it was? Nope, it was one beer. Friday.
One Beer Friday. It has been a long time since I've had a chance to do that. Got to go all the way back to the very beginning of March.
Oh, my gosh.
The last time I was
month.
here for a One Beer Friday.
Good to be back, John.
It is. We're here at Charles Schwab Field, the Chuck. Creighton baseball tonight. It'll be on our sister station, 1180 The Zone, starting at 5:45. But we are here for a One Beer Friday and your chance to win. And Juke's Ale Works, want to thank them for kicking in our One Beer Friday prize closet and the beers that Nick is enjoying in studio. We will certainly have ours when we get back to the studio next week. But if you would like to win a prize pack from Juke's Ale Works, send us a pic of what you're drinking. It does not matter what it is. Take a pic, send it to us. Use the hashtag One Beer Friday. Send it to the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620. And Nick will find one at random and hook you up with a great prize pack from Juke's Ale Works in Elkhorn.
Hell yes.
Hell yeah. I'm going to pull a John right quick.
Uh-oh.
The Rockies just scored a 2-run home run in the bottom of the 6th, and now they lead the Rays into the 7th. Ezekiel Tovar.
Is this baseball season now? Baseball score updates for games no one cares about except for each of you individually? That's what our world is now?
The world is a Cub fan.
And a Rockies
very
fan.
happy. No, I wouldn't say that.
Shout out to El Scorcho, who is enjoying something from Toppling Goliath. Augustine has a Busch Light Collector's Edition can. How fun is that, John?
Nice.
Among others.
With the Bow Grove today.
The Bow Grove. Which one is that again, Nick?
That's the Czech Pale Lager. Brewed with floor malted Bohemian Pilsner malt and Czech Saz hops.
There you go.
And you can check out those and many other great beers at Juke's Ale Works in Elkhorn.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as we kick off this One Beer Friday, we got predictions still to come, got some content, and a very important edition of What's for Dinner as we expose a terrible, terrible wrongs that have been done in the food industry.
Terrible. Is this about you and mayonnaise?
That'll be coming up a little bit later on. But we started off the Grum today during the crossover by having a little fun at the reaction.
We thought at least.
At the reaction to Keisei Tominaga winning the three-point shooting contest. As I mentioned earlier, I had no idea this event was even going on. I was buried deep in baseball prep. We were watching our movie for Movie Club. So I was busy, did not really tuned out of sports last night.
Yeah.
So I had no idea this was happening. So I get to bed last night, open up my phone, start scrolling through Twitter, and good Lord, the overreaction, the reaction, the just out of bounds exuberance for all of this was rather interesting. And if you heard it earlier during the Connor Happer show, producer Josh pretty much called out a lot of those folks for show me that you're not a winner by telling me you're not a winner.
Yes.
But the reaction.
Yes.
But it did prompt a thought in my head. And yeah, some of what was last night was certainly a very popular figure and one of the most popular Nebraska basketball players that has ever participated in the sport. So some of it was that. Some of it was probably repressed feelings from failing in the NCAA tournament. But I do think there is also, and this can go for things beyond last night, there is a repressed Husker fan that is out there right now that is just dying for one of its biggest sports to win, namely football. So this is really more of a football question. But the question is, how badly do folks around here need, not want, but need the Huskers to win?
I think it's a really interesting question. And the first thing that comes to my mind, oddly enough, is as Nebraska has gone on a downturn in football, how has that changed the local economy? I wonder how, because when you say need, the first thing that I think of is livelihood. I think of people trying to buy a home, afford things, whatever it is. I wonder in recent years, whether it's the bars, the breweries, the restaurants, how many have suffered, whether it's in Lincoln or Omaha, because of a loss? So I think of myself where I have gone on trips before, and maybe it's there. Maybe I'm there to gamble. Maybe I'm there to watch a sporting event. Maybe I'm there for just, wanting to hang out. And it's like the plans are on top of the other plans.
Yeah.
We're going to watch this and it's going to go great. And then we're going to go out and it's going to be awesome. But then the result goes against you and you say, never mind. Quick story. It's 2012. You, Gary, Damon, Michael make a trip to Indianapolis.
Yep.
The trip involves a pregame show.
Yep.
It involves a Big Ten championship. It involved what we thought was going to be Nebraska's first conference championship win since 1999, and it was going to lead to this great night of celebration. Yet they get destroyed. You guys go on the air, and by the time that my still drunk butt wanders on over, the place is emptied out. People aren't happy. Hell, a few years later, you and I are in Boulder, Colorado. We make the trip.
Yep.
We do the pregame. We go to the game. We watch the game. We thought we're going to do a show that's at one giant party, and then we're going to go out.
And that courtyard at the Embassy Suites, I mean, it was because there were people that just went over there just to be around it. They didn't even have tickets to the game. So there was a huge watch event with Husker fans out in this courtyard outside of the hotel. And that's where we were originating from. And when we got back, we came back at the start of the fourth quarter so we could be in position once the game ended.
Correct.
And that place was teeming with people. And it didn't take but 25, 30 minutes
emptied
for
out.
Most of that place to be completely emptied out.
You and I barely wanted to do dinner. We had dinner. We went back to our rooms and we went to bed. And so I use those as examples to say needing it. Think of how the losses affected things from a negative capacity out of town. Now think about that in terms of Lincoln, Nebraska after a football game and how people, when they're happy and they want to celebrate and they want to grab a bite to eat, they want to grab a couple of brews and how that is changing. Those are just two very quick examples off the top of my head. Not to mention even, John, how it can affect us emotionally from a winning and losing perspective. In the high definition era, Nebraska does not have a whole lot of success in football. All of the highlight videos essentially have a 4x3 look to them, a grainy look to them. And I know I'm bringing up a lot of weird examples, but ultimately to answer the question, it's do they need to win?
How badly do folks around here need them to win?
I
Not
think the
want,
answer
because
is
we know they want them to win, but how bad do they need them to win? How badly is it's affecting people's behaviors? And again, I'm not implying that last night's reaction or overreaction to Casey was good or bad, but it sparked this idea in my head of, man, there are a lot of people that just have a lot of pent up feelings of wanting to just let it out and just celebrate something good. And let's face it, there's been a local component to this as well, because some of those same folks, Jaskers, have got to experience that through their love of Creighton basketball.
Yeah.
But obviously, there's a lot of Nebraska fans that are not Creighton basketball fans. So they haven't even had that local team to say, well, at least, hey, I got this going for me, so I can live with that.
Yeah.
And there might even be some Chiefs fans in the market that like, well, the Huskers suck, but man, at least I got the Chiefs. But there's many other people that are just like, hey, this is the only team I follow. This is the only thing I care about. And they haven't given me anything positive to root for in several years.
Max says, my friends and I are 0-7 on road games over the last few years. Totally relate. We talked up the celebration and fun we were going to have after wins, and then we lose and just go back to the hotel. It sucks. Zach writes, I used to work part-time at Husker Hounds, and after losses, it was definitely a ghost town. You'd have people who did some retail therapy, but yeah, definitely sucks. And those were the type of people that I were thinking of. How has it affected the shirt companies as Nebraska has really gone on this downturn? And so I don't mean to just view everything through the economy, but I think that it shows itself.
But that's a great barometer for all of this is, when a team loses a lot, you don't want to wear their gear as much.
Yeah.
I've made this observation many times about my kids who are now out of school, but the numbers of their peers who wore Husker gear to school, it seems a lot less to me than it was when I was going to school.
Definitely.
When it seemed like, everyone wore it. Maybe not every day, but you saw a lot of Husker gear
certainly
around
on a game
school.
day Friday, right?
But now, you see other teams, or you don't see that gear at all. You see professional teams. You see teams that are winning, because naturally as people, we gravitate towards winning.
Yeah.
Right. We don't like to be affiliated with losing all the time.
Yeah. And that's why, one of the criticisms that I've always laughed at with like the view of the media is you like it when they're bad. It's like 2007 was like this weird anomaly that was so interesting for a lot of people. I don't think that people in the media were like, this is great, but it was like, wow, this is wild. We've never seen this before. It's now become commonplace. So it's not enjoyable because it's the same thing over and over and over and over again. I have no doubt that the World Herald was hoping for at least one Nebraska win, because it would have meant an additional few days of stories. Creighton making it to the second weekend. It's like that importance of just natural fan enthusiasm. It shows itself in a variety of ways, whether it's staying in town for a couple extra days or going out for a bite to eat or something after a win.
Listen, the passion of this fan base, win or lose, we're always going to hear from them. But the longer you lose and the longer this continues to go on, even those people will start to erode. Even their passion will start to erode. But you turn that around, winning never gets boring.
Yeah.
Winning, ask the people of New England, ask the people of Boston when they were going through their 2 decades of nothing but success. Winning never gets boring. And that's something that, hasn't happened around these parts in 2 decades.
Yeah.
Where it was nonstop winning and always in contention and always, at the top of the sport. Now you're at the middle bottom of the sport. I won't say that you're at the bottom of the sport, but you're definitely in the lower middle class right now of the sport based on your performance. And yeah, even some of the more diehard passionate people have seen some of that passion and enthusiasm erode because of what has happened. And those people are needing this team to win because they want to feel that way again. They want to go back to what it is or what it was before. And thus, maybe some of those smaller, more mundane things don't become so exciting to them. It's like, hey, I can actually get genuinely excited for actual, real winning.
Yeah.
Not token winning or symbolic winning like last night's 3-point contest.
Adam texts in, CU's rise over the last 25 years has coincided with NU's decline in success. There's a direct correlation. People want to support a winner. It became easier for people in Omaha to get excited about CU than for them to continually pour into a losing product. And I think the rise of Creighton basketball, it is pretty fascinating how it kind of kicks off when Nebraska's football's downfall begins, and some of that was just going to be a little right place, right time.
Yeah, it's all coincidental.
But the taking off it to like an even higher degree, like I have no doubt that there were former Husker basketball fans or agnostic Jays fans that lived in Omaha that maybe wanted to start investing in them more because the return on the investment for a Creighton fan is much higher than it's been for a Nebraska fan. By the way, before we do predictions, you are bringing in people who are still mad at you, John, and thus me.
Cool.
Sean writes, John, it was fun as hell. Why are you fan policing people being excited? Dan says, sorry for having fun. Yeah, the 3-point contest doesn't mean anything, but it was fun to watch a good kid have fun and win. Bunch of fun haters. We're not saying you couldn't have fun.
No.
I just think it's funny.
We should retire his number then.
It was funny to see some of the reaction. Yes, it absolutely was, because I do believe this. If there was a lot more success, yeah, there would still been excitement for it, but I don't know if it would have been as excitable, especially if the team had made an NCAA tournament run, for example.
Yeah.
So it's not fan policing. It's bemusement at reaction.
People
That's
around here
all it
do this
is.
all the time. It's like when Andy Janovich, remember when he was in the NFL and he'd have like a good play and the whole Twitter timeline would lose its mind? Like,
Sure.
So some of it might just be this natural pride that people have in people that played for Nebraska.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Also, Travis, Mike, and Jordan all bring up Minnesota basically at the same time. Travis tweets, think about the younger generation's apathy towards NU. Nebraska football is one generation away from being Minnesota.
Well, but there's a dynamic with Minnesota, and I know we have used them as an example, but there is a dynamic with Minnesota that does not exist here.
Pro
the
sports.
Downfall of the Gophers being a college football power coincided with the rise of professional sports in Minnesota, the arrival of the Vikings and the arrival of the Twins.
So we're saying watch out for the hockey team in Gretna because that might take away from the football team. Watch out, baby.
Yes.
Watch out.
The Gretna testicles will definitely take a lot of the...
Dump those balls. Dump those balls.
Plop, 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 plop.
Speaking of losers, predictions is coming up next. We haven't done this in a while. Time to update those standings, Josh. You curious?
I don't know. I'm really not, John.
Okay. We'll have predictions and more as we continue on this One Beer Friday, live from Charles Schwab Field on 1620 The Zone.
But first, John, how about you take some of those predictions and you go to FanDuel.com/1620 because right now new customers can get $200 in bonus bets if their first $5 bet wins. No doubt that we are about to dive into these games and look at who we like to win, who we like to lose, but also prop bets. And one of the fun ones that I liked for this game that's coming up tomorrow, the first game, Zach Edey. You've heard of him, John.
Mm-hmm.
He's done really well. He has all these stats that haven't been done in so long. You can do total points plus rebounds for him right now. 41.5 is the total. Maybe that's the thing you like. Maybe you just like a side. Maybe you like a total. Whatever you do, just go to FanDuel.com/1620.
And new customers get $200 in bonus bets if that first $5 bet wins. Does not matter what that bet is, as long as it's one on FanDuel and as long as you subscribe and join today, you get that first $5 bet win. You get $200 in bonus bets by visiting FanDuel.com/1620. $200 to use on anything if your first $5 bet wins at FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus in President, Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued and non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Previously on The Crossover.
I have mostly sports things that I want nothing to do with muted.
Okay.
Major League Baseball, muted. Baseball, muted.
I thought you loved the Mets.
I did.
Yeah.
Mahomes, Chiefs, Harbaugh, Wolverines, Michigan, FIFA World Cup.
Goal.
Qatar,
Goal.
World Cup. VAR, USMTNC,
There's so much
World
soccer.
Cup, Wordle. I got lots on here.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Partly cloudy skies and filtered sunshine for your Friday, becoming breezy here this afternoon and evening. High today of 64 degrees with gusts up to 20-25 miles an hour. Becoming windy tonight out of the east-southeast up to 30 miles an hour. Partly cloudy to mostly clear skies overnight with a low of 41 by Saturday morning. Warm and very windy for your Saturday with a high of 67 and gusts possible up to 45 miles an hour out of the southeast. A fire weather watch remains in effect for eastern Nebraska and western Iowa throughout Saturday afternoon. A chance of storms after 7 p.m. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, that wreck on eastbound I-80 at 680 has traffic backed up all the way to 144th. So find an alternate route if you can. You're headed south on 680. We're seeing delays from just before Dodge all the way to I-80, so avoid that area as well if you can. Slow going on eastbound L Street from I-80 to 90th with people bailing out trying to avoid I-80. We're seeing delays on eastbound 370 between 84th and 72nd. And then if you're west on Dodge, stop and go traffic from 680 to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahaw Nurseries.
It's spring. Now is the best time to shop at Lanahaw for all things garden or landscape. Our garden center is filled with the largest selection of homegrown plants, flowers, trees, and more. The area's best mulch and soil available for delivery and pickup. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lanahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Omaha Maverick Baseball is coming off a series victory over 2023 College World Series qualifier Oral Roberts, and the Mavs are ready to take on crosstown rival Creighton on Tuesday, April 9th at Tal Anderson Field. Don't miss this classic matchup. Plus, it's $2 Tuesdays when all Pepsi products and Busch Light cans are $2 when the gates open until the 3rd inning. Get your tickets for this game and all baseball and softball games by calling 402-554-MAVS or by going to omavs.com/tigs.
It's easy to see the common signs of transmission trouble.
If your engine revs before it falls into gear. If it seems to switch gears for no reason. So watch for the signs. Certified transmission, the job done right at the right price.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peterson.
Good on you, David Duke. The basketball David Duke.
On 1620 The Zone.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for predictions.
Over, bet the over. Vikings in the over.
All right. Well, several weeks ago, the last time we did this, once again, I was great. Nick was mid, and Josh was not.
Dude.
Mid boy.
Josh is already 12 games back. The good news is there's a lot of time. This is the longest stretch of the longest leg of predictions.
The better.
All the way up to the start of football season.
Who's counting down now, John?
I'm not counting down. I'm just giving people information.
Let's do it. I'm excited.
The better news is I don't have to shave if I finish last.
No, we did not make a bet this time. By the way, the beard came back very quickly.
Thank you.
Luka Doncic tonight, over under points against the Warriors, 31.5. Over.
Under.
Wow, that was quick.
All right.
Nick, what's the Grand Prix?
What problematic country are they going to this time?
Problematic place.
Japan.
Oh, we like Japan.
That's not as problematic.
No.
The first car to die.
Ooh, what a prop.
It's a fun prop.
Is this car or person? What are we doing?
Well,
Brand?
it's the team.
The team.
Okay. McLaren.
Oh, ouch.
Sorry, Nick.
Nick
Williams.
Should have thought of that before you named yourself McLaren. More like McClinkin.
McLaren. You're going with Williams.
Yes.
I'm going to say no retirements.
That is rare, John. That is very
well.
rare.
Actually, it's pretty high on the odds chart.
Interesting.
It's tied with Sauber as the best odds.
Interesting.
NASCAR Cookout 400.
Shout out John for not saving this for last. This is
Well,
awesome.
you want to save it for last? I can.
Nah, it's okay.
Nick, you start.
Marty Trucks, Ty Gibbs, Kyle Busch.
You know what? I'm going to copy Nick.
Trucks, Gibbs, Busch.
Every time we open up the NASCAR, I think of Hamlin, and McGill because
Well,
Hamlin is always near the top.
I'm going to take Hamlin because he's on a streak right now. I'm also going to go with Chris Bell and Kyle Larson. Will the Florida Marlins still be winless by Monday morning?
Who are they playing this weekend?
They do not play today,
okay,
but they play the Cardinals on Saturday and Sunday. Will the Marlins still be winless as of Monday morning? I say no. They will finally get their first win.
I stand with John.
I agree because they're going to have to because they're about to go into a tough stretch.
Oh.
So we all agree.
Yep. I'm Dongfish. Give me the Dongfish.
Not the Kevin Kugler game of the week. UFL San Antonio -2 at Memphis.
It's week 2 and he's already taken a week off. This is unreal.
I know he's late.
The wrong team is favored. You can't go into Memphis and expect a win. Hell no. Give me Memphis.
Nick.
I like the Bass Pro Shops pyramid. Give me Memphis.
Well, Memphis is loser town. That's where people go to lose. I'm taking San Antonio, who are named the Brahmas after The Rock, the guy who owns the UFL.
That's true.
Can you smell what San Antonio?
It's like naming your team the Browns because that's the name. That's your name.
Women's Final Four tonight. NC State +11.5 versus South Carolina. Josh.
South Carolina.
South Carolina.
Yeah, South Carolina. UConn +2.5 versus Iowa. Huskies.
Hell no. Give me Iowa, baby.
Go Hawks.
Caitlin Clark versus Paige Beckers. Points. Caitlin Clark favored by 6.5. I'm going to take Beckers.
Caitlin.
I'm going to go with Beckers as well, actually.
Okay. Got to type really fast here.
Yeah, you do.
Let's see. And now the men's Final Four. NC State +9.5 against Purdue.
Nick?
NC State, because it would be funny.
Give me Purdue.
I'm also going to go, 9.5. You know what? I'm going to go NC State.
Okay.
I say they cover. Zach Edey versus DJ Burns. Edey -12.5 points versus Burns. I'll take Burns to cover.
I'm going to go Edey. He's been on a tear.
DJ Burns.
Alabama +11.5 versus UConn. UConn.
Give me Alabama.
I'll take UConn.
Which Final Four game will be closer in margin?
Well, I picked Purdue to cover and I picked Alabama to cover, so that one.
You're taking the Bama-UConn game?
Yes, indeed I am.
Will be closer. I'm going to go North Carolina State and Purdue will be the closer game.
I will also go with that one.
All right. Nebraska, Ohio State baseball. Pick the series. Best of 3.
And it's in Columbus?
No, it's in Lincoln.
It's in Lincoln. My bad.
2 of 3.
Nebraska?
Yep.
I agree.
I'm going to... Dang, I don't want to agree.
The agree, boys.
You know what? Huskers sweep.
Ooh.
Creighton Butler, this game that's going to play out in front of us tonight. Over under on runs, 12.5 total.
Tonight?
Tonight's game only.
Under.
Under. You should have been pitchers, John. There should have been over under 12 pitchers.
And finally, we don't know who's in the national championship. We're just going to pick the margin of victory in the game.
Ooh.
Margin of victory in the game does not matter who's in it or who wins. Over under 7.5 points.
God, this is a fun one, John. Give me the under. Let's get a close natty that goes down to the wire. And the Big Ten lifts up the trophy and John's mad. That'd be funny.
I want the over.
It's going to be over.
Oh, you guys suck.
And there it is. That is predictions.
That was a fun round of predictions.
I like the
Lot of
speed
stuff.
round.
A lot of
Yeah.
stuff going on. All right, still to come, a very important edition of What's for Dinner.
Yeah.
Also, yes, very important edition. But coming up next, we've got content.
We do indeed have content. Also, again, One Beer Friday brought to you by the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Let us know what you are drinking as the weekend arrives.
On 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
Are Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at nebraska.beer.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Hi, friends. Kent Pavelka courtside getting ready for this year's matchup between the Average Roofing Companies and the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Average Roofers are just that, average at best, not very impressive. The Rooferees, above and beyond the opponent, more dependable, service that exceeds the norm, good sportsmanship, fairness, and integrity. You know them, you love them, and they're ready to win for you. Make the right call with John Higgins Weather Guard. It's tip-off time with the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Make the right call.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car.
Do the Yankees know that they have lights in Yankee Stadium?
Apparently not.
But John, you don't want to look up. You could go blind. Or you could look like President T.
Yeah, you can. That can also happen when there's no eclipse and you're looking straight into the sun.
So wait, this is upsetting you? I guess we would have had day baseball on. That would have been nice.
Yeah, and remember, our TV thinks we're in Iowa.
I was going to say, it's one of the three games.
This is the only baseball we're going to get a chance to see. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why?
What if you go blind, John?
You can go blind staring into the sun.
But
that's why they have the flip-down glasses.
Isn't the solar eclipse like harsher though on the
There's
eyes?
still UV rays. The UV rays are what blind you, not the light.
Oh, blinded by the light?
Right. That's why they have the flip-down shades.
But I don't think regular sunglasses will help you with the solar eclipse.
You're not supposed to look into the solar eclipse.
I
It's why
know,
you
but
shade your eyes.
what if every pitch is popped up and it's just like right there and
Again,
Aaron Judge can't see anymore.
They do it in the middle of the day. They can do it during an eclipse.
How about
Obviously,
instead of the Oakleys, they just have the solar eclipse glasses on?
That would be awesome. That would
do
be
they
great.
think all the Yankees are stupid like Donald Trump and just like, I'm going to look up here. Now, the Marlins, I would definitely think might be dumb enough because they're the Marlins.
Mhm.
Oh, be nice, John.
By the way, how about this? As previously planned, the first 15,000 fans to arrive will receive a Yankees solar eclipse T-shirt.
Oh,
I got blinded, and all I got was this T-shirt.
And they won't even be able to enjoy the solar eclipse at Yankee Stadium.
Yeah,
Lame Yankees.
That would be pretty cool if
Lame.
you could enjoy it while you're at the stadium. I would agree with you there, John.
I wonder how many games have happened during an eclipse.
Good question, Nick. I don't know.
Yesterday, the NSAA Board of Control voted 6-2 to add 35-second shot clocks to all classes of high school basketball in Nebraska. So the folks in western Nebraska finally have electricity, huh?
Whoa, Nick's words, not ours. Shout out to the folks of western Nebraska. This is great news. I know that this will now require them to have like extra people that are working games, right?
An extra person at least.
Yeah, I'm sure that it won't cause any issues though whatsoever. In all seriousness, I love this. It's painful when you watch games without a shot clock. It's painful.
Yeah, it is.
It's painful.
So
It's painful.
This was far overdue, but I'm glad they're finally doing it.
Yeah.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this? A magnitude 4.8 earthquake hit the Northeast today and could be felt from New York to Philly. Here was the MLB Network's live reaction when it happened.
Yeah, that is true. But that was entertaining right there. Who was your best?
Are we having an earthquake? Seriously, are we having an earthquake? I think we're having an earthquake.
The best part is the
hey,
music
we're
still
finally
playing.
going to end up on awful announcing. We're having an earthquake. What's going on here?
Is everyone okay?
Control room is shaking. We're shaking.
Are you guys okay?
You guys are all right, right?
We're staying in this, but I'm not kidding you.
This is not a bit. All right, let's go. Let's
take
go
it
to break.
guys.
Let's go to break because I'm leaving.
Shake it.
My car's right outside, and I'm leaving.
Okay, I was going to ask you about the music. So they had the music on because of the segment
they
itself.
were doing a
It's like
segment.
what's for dinner.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Amazing.
Did you know that the epicenter of this earthquake was only about 15 miles away from a Trump-owned golf course?
I did not.
Yeah, it was.
I did that.
In
That
New
is
Jersey.
that is the Lord trying to tell us something, John. I think the Lord's trying to tell us something.
That he doesn't like that the Mets won a game?
Either that or maybe he's mad about the Yankees pushing back the start time because of the solar eclipse.
Yep, that was it.
Did you see yesterday there was also 2 lightning bolts that hit the Statue of Liberty? What's happening in New York?
What? What's
Yeah.
going on over in New York? This is like Revelations type stuff, John.
It was a little omany.
Mm-hmm.
Omany?
Omany.
Omany?
Omen-y, yes.
Okay.
It's been
An omen.
It's been a minute since we last discussed America's very real romance. But with it being WrestleMania weekend, John thought it seemed appropriate to bring up. Reports are that Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift are very serious about moving in together. Will Swift allow Kelce to put his large collection of beer signs up?
I mean, that's the biggest question. I mean, when you move in with somebody, you inherit all of their idiosyncrasies. Now, I don't know what Taylor Swift's weirdness is.
She has a lot of cats.
Oh,
of course she does.
She's a cat lady?
She's a cat lady.
Oh.
I mean, you imagine all of the different, Budweiser and, Blue Moon beer signs are going to be going up all over the house, and she's going to be like, "That looks tacky. Get that out of here."
Yeah.
And then, of course, the cameras will be there to catch all of it because, the WWE is all behind this. This is all kayfabe in the first place. So,
let's see. What's the original question here? Your question is, the beer signs. Yeah, I always wonder what it's like for a relationship, in all seriousness, of like two people that are this rich. Now, she is much more wealthy than he is, but it's like, how does that whole situation work? Like, what are you moving in? Or what are you like, I'll just buy everything new? Are you buying a place together? Are they moving? Is she moving into his spot, or is he moving in with hers? I mean, certainly he's got to have a toothbrush over there, right?
Well, they probably both have multiple residences.
That's true. Yeah. So which residence are they even moving in together into?
I'm not sure, but if I were you, Taylor, I would get used to seeing a lot of beard clippings around the sink. You might want to ask might want to see if you can afford a place with separate bathrooms.
Not a bad idea.
Maybe they'll just convert one of their houses into the beer sign house.
There you go. Yeah, it's like a man cave.
Yeah.
It could be a man cave house.
Man house.
Man house.
Pistons guard Malachi Flynn, scoring 5.3 points per game, put up 50 versus Atlanta on Wednesday. Yes, 50. 5-0. I thought defense was back and scoring was down.
Yeah, what the hell's going on here, John? Remember how the refs have been calling games differently? We talked about it a couple of weeks ago, and now some random guy scores 50 points.
Well, I think Flynn probably thought, I saw the over-under total, and I definitely need to hit the over. This is the opposite of the
Porter.
The Jonte Porter stuff. That's what this is.
Yeah.
And he just wanted to make sure he overcompensated.
Well, let's take a look and see if there's a press release soon to say, these were the overs were making the most money the other night.
This has to be an NBA record, right? Great
question.
A guy who scores over 50, biggest difference between his per game average and what he ended up in the game.
That is an awesome question. Because even when, I guess when Kobe would have scored 81, no, that was about the same difference, about 45 points difference.
No, I'm talking like by multiples. So
okay.
This is almost 10
times.
With Kobe, it was probably, 2.5?
2.5. John, that is an awesome question. I would be stunned if there has ever been as big of a disparity between average, 5.3 points per game and 50. I mean, like you said, it is essentially 10 times. How does that happen? That's so weird.
Well, the ball goes in the basket many times, and you get 2 points if it's inside the three-point arc, and it's 3 points outside the three-point arc. And occasionally they have things called free throws, which is worth 1 point.
Oh, he did have in all seriousness, Malachi Flynn, let me pull up his numbers real fast. 18 of 25. So, I mean, he was on a heater. Wow. But, John, I mean, you look at all of his other recent games, he only had 2 times in the entire month of March where he shot the ball more than 10 times. Most games, it's like 1 or 3 shots.
Oh, I would definitely check the betting slips on this one.
As part of their trade to acquire Stephon Diggs, the Houston Texans wiped out the final 3 years on his contract, giving him the ability to become a free agent after this season, league sources told Adam Schefter. Do you think there will be a market interested in him a year from now?
Ask me after his year plays out.
Yep.
Because the question about him has been whether or not he is a good teammate, if he is interested, if he is motivated. The Bills were willing to shell, $30 to $35 million in dead cap money just to trade him, and traded him for a draft pick next year, not this year.
Correct.
So, yeah, I think it's really going to depend on how he behaves and how he performs.
Couldn't agree with you more, John. It's going to depend on how good he is. And is the issue of 2023 him, or is it the Bills? I was watching some highlights over the last couple of days, and he does look a step slower. I think that is a noticeable thing. It's obvious, though, that they were not really working him into the offense. I can't wait to find out why. And by that I mean, will it be because he is just getting older, or will it be because the Bills were going away from him? The one thing, though, that I guess I continue to come back to now, days later after this news first broke, they were willing to spend so much money to get him out of there. There had been rumors that things weren't good for a while. It was close to a year ago. Remember when Sean McDermott had that weird statement last year about him, and then he quickly rescinded it? It was almost like Ipe, the translator.
Oh, is it the 9/11 one?
Not that one, Nick. A different one. Wow. And there's comes Chance's comments on the YouTube page.
Down,
but
Chance.
yeah, I'm excited to. I get more excited by the Texans or about the Texans by the minute. It'll be fun to watch them. And I'm not counting down.
Well,
I'm counting down.
I'm glad you're excited about something.
Why?
Because I am about to nuclear bomb your bubble. Not burst your bubble, but take a nuke to your bubble.
Sorry, Japan.
In a very special and important edition of What's for Dinner. Stay tuned. Next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
It's spring. Now is the best time to shop at Lenahaw for all things garden or landscape. Our garden center is filled with the largest selection of homegrown plants, flowers, trees, and more. The area's best mulch and soil available for delivery and pickup. Rooted in quality, unmatched value. Lenahaw Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. NFL Network insider Ian Rappaport is reporting Houston is cutting off the final 3 years of wide receiver Stephon Diggs' contract, giving him the opportunity to become a free agent after the 2024 season. The Texans also moving guaranteed money into this year from next year, giving Diggs essentially a one-year deal worth $22.52 million. The Eagles agreeing to terms with offensive tackle Jordan Mailata on a 3-year contract extension that Rappaport is reporting is worth $66 million. Philly also signing cornerback Avonte Maddox to a 1-year deal. And the Ravens agreeing to terms with linebacker Kyle Van Noy on a 2-year deal. Rappaport reporting it's worth $9 million. Van Noy coming off a career-high 9 sacks with Baltimore last season. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
On the battlefield, there's a saying America's military men and women live by. Never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Off the battlefield, Wounded Warrior Project operates with the same goal. Wounded Warrior Project was created to help our men and women returning home with the scars of war, whether those scars are physical or mental. Wounded Warrior Project. We never leave a fallen warrior behind, ever. Learn more about what we do at woundedwarriorproject.org.
Are you over 30 and putting off life insurance? It's time to get a quick quote from Ethos, a better, easier way to get term life insurance, all online with no medical exam. Answer a few health questions and you could be approved for up to $2 million. Isn't it worth 10 minutes to help protect your family's financial security? Ethos, up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct, where your mindset is, and your ball. The 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them and skin them and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
If it's not ballpark food, it's whatever I find at the house when I get home late tonight.
Oh, John, you need to eat before then. That's way too long
Yeah.
from now.
Get some food, John.
We're on the air right now, and
Stuff your face.
The baseball game starts in like 10 minutes.
Who are you calling the game with tonight?
Alex Sindelar.
Oh, hell yeah,
Nice.
Alex.
John, just let me be your PA, then I can get you food.
Oh, yeah, have Nick get you food.
Well, you're there.
Well,
I'm here.
I can run down there quick. The show's almost over.
Yeah.
Well, anyway.
Yeah, so you're having some form of ballpark food.
I have no idea what I'm doing.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really been a leftovers heavy week because we've had so many leftovers. So my guess is I will probably have a little bit more of the chicken chili tonight, but I don't know exactly what I want to have. So I might scrounge around. I think I want something a little heavier, though, for food. Maybe I'll stop by and get some pizza somewhere.
Ooh.
Pizza sounds pretty good. I'm kind of craving pizza. Nick?
I had a late lunch because it took an hour for my sandwich to show up. So I'm not really hungry right now, but maybe I'll find some rice.
All right, well.
All right, yeah, you said.
Vital information from an article on mashed.com.
Like the potato.
Shady things about Popeye's menu.
No, why are you?
Yep. Listen to this. Some of the menu items you expect to be vegetarian or vegan aren't.
Don't care.
So they're misleading. Oh, wow, they're misleading your people, the libs. They're misleading them.
There are people that can't have meat, Josh.
Also, Popeye's chicken sandwich. Many feel it's not the same as when it returned. So they've been cheaping us out
What
on the chicken
website
sandwich.
is this?
Mashed.com. It's a very reputable food website.
Nah, I only read the New York Times.
The chicken doesn't always get cooked through. They are taking this from actual Instagram and other posts on social media about
news.
how the chicken. I mean, look at how red that chicken is. It's not supposed to be red. This is not red meat.
I like my chicken medium rare.
The chicken tenders
That's not safe.
aren't consistent in quality. Customers have complained that they're not as good as they once were, that they include smaller amounts of batter, low quality meat. Also, some of the slower selling items aren't always fresh. Also, that many locations run out of food. How do you run out of food? You're supposed to order, but here it is, the coup de grace, the main event, what I have been telling you forever. The bone-in chicken pieces are often tinier than you would expect. These are from actual people going to actual Popeyes from coast to coast and border to border, and they have these same issues that I have had. Thank you. You're welcome, America, for bringing this to light and have been doing so for the last 7 seasons.
It's nice to know that John's side gig, it goes beyond doing play-by-play. He's now a writer for mashed.com.
No, these are actual reviews.
What's your pseudonym on mashed.com, John?
People on Reddit and other places on social media. Oh, look, the shrimp may not be deveined. What is this, Tommy Boy, where they serve the shrimp with the turds in there?
Nice.
So just you're welcome, America.
I've never heard
welcome.
John feel so vindicated in his life.
Yeah, by some random person on the internet. You want me to just find random people on the internet to say nice things about me, John? I'll find them. They're out there.
Nick, wait for Tuesday's show when I'm vindicated again about the superiority of the Big East.
Oh, that is coming next week. By the way, of all the things that John has said over the years, I don't know if I've seen anything stick in the craw of folks like you and the Big East.
Okay, by folks, you mean people like Jack Mitchell who just get triggered by anything and it's always woe is me.
Husker fans are not happy with your talk this week.
Well,
you're scaring away our friends of the grub.
Maybe they
be nice.
First of all, this has nothing to do, once again, this has nothing to do with Nebraska. It has nothing to do with Nebraska. They're making it about Nebraska, not me.
Interesting. Well, you're scaring them away.
Who was UConn playing last week?
Last week?
Illinois.
Yeah.
Is that Nebraska?
See, but then you made fun of the Big Ten, so then people got mad.
For 50 years of my life, people in this state have been making fun of the Big Ten.
I know.
But people changing their minds.
It's like you're allowed to make fun of your family members, but if someone else makes fun of your family members, that's not allowed. It's like one of those types of situations. Husker fans are allowed to make fun of the Big Ten, but not you.
Well, I'm making fun of them.
All right.
Actually, I'm just building up the Big East and reminding you, don't go to Popeyes. The meat is
don't
too
listen to
tiny
John.
And it's undercooked.
So Monday we'll talk about the title game.
Yep.
When it's NC State versus Bama. That would suck.
I'd be actually kind of interested.
It'd be pretty weird. It'd be pretty weird.
All right. Have a great weekend, everyone, and enjoy the weekend.
Hey, it's Sindelar.
For what it's worth.
Bye.
Bye.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, still seeing delays on southbound 680 between West Center and I-80. If you're east on I-80, delays go from 680 to 90th. Also delays on eastbound L Street from I-80 to 90th. Delays on West Center for both directions around 180th. Same goes on 204th for northbound commuters at West Center. And then if you're west on Dodge, stop and go traffic from 680 to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza.
Not your typical restaurant, not your typical place. Romeo's, not your typical restaurant, for your not your typical taste. Romeo's Mexican Food and Pizza. Not your typical restaurant.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people.